Chapter 985. The dilapidated building collapsed completely, and countless pieces fell to the ground. In the smoke and dust, Jiang Shangyu dodged the falling heavy objects. He stood where he was and was silent for a long time. His shadow moved with him, always maintaining an offensive posture. All kinds of emotions swirled in his mind, getting stronger and stronger. Some were absurd, some were frightened, and some were confused. All the emotions reached their limits in the shortest time. Jiang Shangyu gasped and opened his mouth. He seemed to want to laugh, but after a ha, his whole body froze there. He was omniscient and omnipotent in his domain. He shrank his domain to maintain defense, but he couldn't find Li Tianlan. The answer was simple and absurd. Li Tianlan was now in his shadow. Almost all the people watching the battle in Emperor Dong's palace saw this scene, but no one could understand what was going on. The moment Jiang Shangyu's feet left the ground, the shadow behind him moved directly to his side, reached out, and grabbed his hair. Then it was attack, 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 attack. They fought out of Emperor Dong's palace and into the old city. Smoke and dust flew, the building collapsed, and the stones flew. From beginning to end, people couldn't see Li Tianlan. Jiang Shangyu seemed to be playing boxing with his shadow, or to be beaten unilaterally by the shadow. He had no power to fight back. Li Tianlan became Jiang Shangyu's shadow. In this state, he could ignore any attack at all, because all the attacks couldn't hit him. The living person walked into the shadows of others. Did Li Tianlan become someone else's shadow, or existed in someone else's shadow? If it was the former, how did he do it? If it was the latter, then from the perspective of physics and biology, what kind of way did he exist? At present, there seemed to be no way to explain this matter. At least for the time being, science couldn't explain it, nor could martial arts. Merging into the opponent's shadow from the domain. This time was very short, but it seemed to break some incomprehensible definitions. But for now, neither Li Tianlan nor Jiang Shangyu understood what it meant. Jiang Shangyu looked at his shadow silently. He didn't move. Li Tianlan in the shadow was also motionless. Everything seemed to have an answer. Jiang Shangyu gradually narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly. You can't attack. The shadow didn't speak. But Jiang Shangyu directly confirmed this. This kind of combat style of directly entering the opponent's shadow could no longer be described as strange. It was completely impossible to guard against. In this state, Li Tianlan was truly invincible. Invincible was not an adjective, but a real state. He could attack unscrupulously, but he was not afraid of any form of attack. At the very least, he was not afraid of any physical attack. Nobody can hurt him, then he could kill anyone. If this was a unique skill without any restrictions, Jiang Shangyu knew very well that he would not be able to live until now. With Li Tianlan's strength, he could not even survive a minute in front of Li Tianlan in this state. Obviously, this kind of unique skill had great limitations. Jiang Shangyu calmed down completely. He recalled the scenes he had just experienced, and his eyes kept flickering. This kind of unique skill might be unlimited, but Li Tianlan obviously hadn't found a right way to use it. The level of the attack he had just endured was far lower than Li Tianlan's normal attack intensity, and the attack rhythm was very slow. It seemed that Li Tianlan needed to constantly adjust every time he made a move, but it was unknown what this adjustment would cost him. I can't attack. In the shadow, Li Tianlan's playful voice sounded. To be exact, what you need is time. Jiang Shangyu looked extremely embarrassed, but his voice became calm again. So the last thing you should give me is time. Under the dim light, some of the dim shadows suddenly flared up. Jiang Shangyu's shadow instantly left his body. Jiang Shangyu did not move, but the shadow began to dive directly. One after another, incomparably illusory, sword energy and invisible matter stabbed Jiang Shangyu silently. Compared with just now, Li Tianlan's attack seemed to be a little stronger, but the frequency was a little slower. Boom! The ruins on the ground were completely lifted up by the surging sword energy. Countless steel bars and stones were swept into the sky and turned into pieces. Jiang Shangyu's figure retreated quickly, and the domain around him was dissipating quickly. The completely illusory shadow seemed to have substance at this moment. After a short pause, the shadow directly punched. Li Tianlan's current state was extremely strange. He himself couldn't tell what was going on, but he could roughly understand a situation at this time. He appeared in Jiang Shangyu's shadow, and his every move consumed many times more physical strength than under normal circumstances. In this case, his body was completely illusory, which was equivalent to a real invincible realm state. But the power and frequency of his attacks were greatly limited to the combat capability of the invincible realm. If he wanted to break through this level of power, he didn't need to pay a heavy price. But once the power and frequency of his attacks exceeded this limit, he would directly come out of the shadow. Just as he told Lin Fengting in the desert, his path was unorthodox. He could use his existing system, martial arts, and the Li family's invincible manual to make his body reach the most balanced state, so that he could speed up his attack frequency countless times with the power of the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, and thus exert the strength beyond the peak of the invincible realm. But his realm had been stuck here, and he had not really broken through and entered the invincible realm. The combat capability of the invincible realm was his current upper limit, and also the limit of the power he could exert after merging into someone else's shadow. He couldn't achieve balance in the shadow at all, at least not now. If he was now at the peak of the invincible realm, or even really beyond the peak of the invincible realm, then even in Jiang Shangyu's shadow, his strength was still a super expert beyond the peak of the invincible realm. Jiang Shangyu couldn't hold on for a few seconds in his hands. But now the upper limit of his combat capability of the invincible realm, if he wanted to keep up with Jiang Shangyu's speed, he could only let Jiang Shangyu's shadow move by itself. This also consumed Li Tianlan's physical strength, and the power he could exert was further reduced. The most realistic situation was that all his attacks could not really break the defense of Jiang Shangyu, who was focused on defense. What he needed was a chance to completely master the rhythm and turn the illusion into reality, so as to hit Jiang Shangyu hard. Jiang Shangyu kept retreating, and his eyes were fixed on the shadow that followed him like a shadow. The countless illusory dragon shadows brought by the dragon fist rushed in front of him, and then slowly dissipated in the darkness. Wisps of obscure darkness kept penetrating his shadow. Even in this state, Jiang Shangyu still did not forget to fight back. Li Tianlan was indeed invincible now. But Jiang Shangyu didn't believe that there was really an invincible realm immune to all attacks. He was still trying to find a way to deal with Li Tianlan's wonderful state. The shadow followed him like a shadow. The two sides attacked and defended, and the rhythm was getting faster and faster. Jiang Shangyu kept trying, in different ways. All his counterattacks were in vain, but he never gave up, and the rhythm was the same. However, in the old city area that had been out of the sight of all the spectators, no one noticed that although Jiang Shangyu's counterattack rhythm remained the same, his body, which was constantly retreating, was getting tighter and tighter. Li Tianlan was waiting for an opportunity. Coincidentally, Jiang Shangyu was also waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 986. It was like the top psychological game. Whether it was Li Tianlan or Jiang Shangyu, both of them were silently waiting for an opportunity. It was difficult for Li Tianlan in the shadow state to break Jiang Shangyu's defense. Jiang Shangyu, who had calmed down, was now clear about this. Both sides needed an opportunity. Li Tianlan needed to find a perfect opportunity to break out of the shadow and kill Jiang Shangyu with one blow. At the same time, the moment of breaking out of the shadow was also an opportunity for Jiang Shangyu to hurt Li Tianlan. Crack! In the clear cracking sound, Jiang Shangyu finally released the small-scale domain that he had condensed to the limit. The thick and obscure darkness spread wildly. Half of the old district of Xianyuan City became dark in an instant. After getting out of the small-scale domain, Jiang Shangyu's dodging speed instantly accelerated. After all, the domain was his home field. In the dark, his every move could be said to be like a fish in water. Retreat, dodge. At this moment, Jiang Shangyu seemed to be integrated with the darkness. In the darkness, his figure was like a black flowing light, appearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Like a shadow. In the loud bang, an excavator parked on the construction site flew up the moment Jiang Shangyu's feet landed on the ground. The extremely fierce fist wind brushed past Jiang Shangyu's ear and hit the excavator. The huge force exploded in all directions. The engine, the oil pump, and even the tracks flew out at the same time and disintegrated in the air. The crane arm flew in the air, and the excavator was completely deformed. In a loud roar, the oil tank exploded in the violent collision. The fire rose into the sky. Jiang Shangyu rushed into a nearby construction site with his shadow in the shining fire. It was like a hurricane passing through. The whole construction site became fragmented in an instant. Steel bars, supports, wood, oil drums, components, everything in the construction site was completely blown up and deformed in an instant, as if two monsters were chasing and rushing through the construction site. The shadow was still moving. The power and pure sword light completely broke out in each style of dragon fist, and it seemed to attack Jiang Shangyu's vital parts tirelessly. The explosion sounded nearby, and the fire spread to the construction site. It went all the way along the overturned oil drums, and the fire rose into the sky. The sound of fire trucks had been heard in the distance, and the battle was still spreading in the direction of the old district. Resolute, decisive, fierce, and crazy. The moment the fire spread, the mixing station near the construction site collapsed with a roar, and countless pieces of cement and concrete poured down wildly. Jiang Shangyu rushed through the messy construction site and rushed into the nearby abandoned building. The shadow of the blue dragon flashed in the whole building in the next second, and the dragon's roar was earth-shattering. Countless blue electric arcs raged in the empty building. The whole building seemed to be buried with a bomb inside. The electric arcs burst, and smoke and dust flew. The 7-story building seemed to have experienced countless explosions inside, and the whole staircase suddenly became ruins. The shadow and Jiang Shangyu were entangled in a frenzy. Attack, 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 attack. Li Tianlan was nowhere to be seen. Only shadows could be seen. The dark shadow seemed to have gone completely mad. The sudden burst of attacks turned the shadow into a mirage. Every part of the shadow was attacking. Its limbs were maintaining a high frequency of crazy attacks. It was an indescribable madness, silent and determined. Every movement of the shadow was clearly conveying a bloody and cruel concept. Kill, kill, kill. Countless punches and kicks fell in front of Jiang Shangyu almost at the same time. A dark shadow surrounded Jiang Shangyu. It seemed illusory, but when the punches and kicks hit it, there were countless dull roars. No stop. Without any pause, Li Tianlan in the shadow clung to Jiang Shangyu. There was a violent wind, heavy rain, and thunder. The shadow of the dragon surrounded by the blue electric light crazily moved and rose. Every joint of the body was shaking, and the dragon's roar was extremely loud. The dragon's fist, which kept changing, hit the dark shadow in front of Jiang Shangyu without any hesitation. Retreat, rush forward, attack, and punch. The shadow that protected Jiang Shangyu became thinner and thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Tianlan, who was releasing his physical strength to his heart's content, moved faster and faster. He and Jiang Shangyu kept a close distance of less than 1 meter. In addition to the shadow, there were only endless flashing electric arcs between them. The shadow dimmed and then condensed again. The coverage of the dark realm was obviously less. Boom, boom, boom. Countless punches and kicks hit hard. The darkness in the realm surged faster and faster. The shadow, which had dimmed to the lowest point, became clearer and clearer. It became solid again and completely wrapped Jiang Shangyu in it. The coverage of the realm was still shrinking. Attack, destroy, repair. The corners of Jiang Shangyu's mouth rose slightly, with some mockery. In this state, Li Tianlan might be very terrible in the future. But now his new discovery or new breakthrough was not perfect, so there was nothing to be afraid of at all. The point was, after tonight, Would Li Tianlan still have a future? The realm stopped shrinking. The shadow around Jiang Shangyu instantly condensed again and was unbreakable. At that moment, all the dragon's roar disappeared completely. Without any warning, the moment the shadow stopped, Li Tianlan's aura plummeted. A faint blue electric arc that was extremely weak but wildly twisted was directly pressed by Li Tianlan on the shadow in front of Jiang Shangyu. His figure suddenly rushed out of the shadow and stood in front of Jiang Shangyu. Fuck, humph. Jiang Shangyu, whose face changed dramatically, cursed. Li Tianlan also snorted with an ugly face. At the closest distance, the faint blue electric arc in Li Tianlan's hand was pressed directly on Jiang Shangyu's face, almost against the shadow. The electric arc, which looked extremely weak and small, flickered gently, dreamy, and beautiful. It gently deformed and seemed to be extremely slow, but in fact, because of the high degree of distortion, it had exceeded the speed visible to the naked eye. A fatal danger suddenly broke out. It was as if countless experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm were standing on his face and attacking without reservation. The electric arc, which twisted thousands of times in a second, burst out in an extremely violent way. There was only thunder in the darkness. The boundless, ocean-like lightning covered every corner of the place. The roar was earth-shattering. The dark shadow in front of Jiang Shangyu, which had recovered to its solid state, was completely torn into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The majestic and unimaginable power and sword energy completely surrounded Jiang Shangyu at the closest distance. A rain of blood flew. Jiang Shangyu roared and retreated crazily, but the endless thunderbolts had already covered every area nearby. Wherever he went, he was being attacked by endless experts of the thunder-shocking realm. Blood stained his body as he roared. It was completely out of instinct. He kept retreating, just wanted to stay away from Li Tianlan. Almost at the same time as the thunder broke out, Li Tianlan also noticed the difference in the surrounding domain. In the domain filled with darkness, black silk threads appeared one after another. Strands of black silk formed an impenetrable net. The black silk was extremely soft, but also extremely sharp. All the lines crisscrossed, completely sealing off the surroundings. The thunder spread and spread in the domain. The black silk threads were also madly intertwining and increasing. The moment the thunder broke Jiang Shangyu's defense, the dense black silk threads suddenly tightened and shrouded Li Tianlan. It was endless, densely packed, faint blue electric arc dark silk threads. Both sides broke out at the same time. The whole domain was completely boiling. Li Tianlan's body was tense, and the dazzling sword light was emitted from almost every pore on his body. The sword intent was mighty, and the sword energy rose to the sky. Layer after layer of black threads came down without any hesitation. The sword energy and the black silk threads collided wildly. It was the entanglement of light and darkness, but Li Tianlan heard countless sounds of metal colliding, saber light and sword shadow. The sound of countless weapons colliding filled the whole world in an instant. Li Tianlan's breath stagnated. In an instant, blood came out of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. His 7 orifices were bleeding. The black silk thread suppressed the sword light in an instant, and countless lines fell on Li Tianlan's body. At this moment, Jiang Shangyu was surrounded by endless thunder, and Li Tianlan was wrapped by countless black lines. The sword light, the black silk, and the same blood kept splashing on the two of them. It was hard to say whether it was because of their tacit understanding or because their fighting consciousness was at the same level. At the most unlikely point of time, the two of them made almost the same choice. When the crazy explosion in the shadow was about to shatter the barrier around Jiang Shangyu shrank the domain and began to repair the barrier in front of him. Li Tianlan always maintained his own attacking rhythm. That was destined to be the most uneasy moment for Jiang Shangyu. He shrank the domain in order to fight back with all his strength. But during the whole process, Li Tianlan never made a move. He let Jiang Shangyu repair the barrier in front of him. The moment the repair was completed, it was also the moment when Jiang Shangyu subconsciously relaxed. Li Tianlan directly rushed out of the shadow. The opportunity flashed away. Perhaps in less than half a second, Li Tianlan attacked with all his strength, regardless of everything. Jiang Shangyu might have expected this, but the time was too short. He was a little slower, and he also fought back with all his strength the moment Li Tianlan revealed his real body. So the black silk threads and thunder all over the sky burst out at the same time. Jiang Shangyu was seriously injured, and Li Tianlan was also seriously injured. The harsh sound of weapons rubbing against each other echoed wildly in his ears. Blood flowed down from his body, and Li Tianlan's was completely hit. In the dark domain, he seemed to be the only light source. Endless sword light spread out around him, getting brighter and brighter. The two sides had been far away from Emperor Dong's palace, and no one in Emperor Dong's palace could see the scene here. But even from a long distance, the experts in Emperor Dong's palace could still feel the power that was constantly spreading in the distance. The thick white mist completely wrapped Li Tianlan's body. Light. There was only the purest light left around him, hot, pure, and surging like a raging fire. In the sky above the old city of Xianyuan City, with Li Tianlan as the center, waves of visible shock waves were constantly spreading. The light around Li Tianlan had been extremely bright, dispelling the darkness. He seemed to have become a sun. The thunder all over the domain merged with every ray of light, and a powerful destructive power impacted every corner of the domain. Li Tianlan took a step forward. His bare feet stepped on the ground, a little cold, but extremely stable. Boom! The light was monstrous, and the endless surging sword light burst out like countless torrents. The thick darkness was squeezed together, twisted, deformed, and shattered. In the deafening sound, Jiang Shangyu's domain, which surpassed the peak of the invincible realm, was completely torn apart by the endless sword light, leaving nothing. The light disappeared, but there was a thick fog in the old city late at night. The vast white fog completely enveloped Li Tianlan and also blocked the sight of others. A large amount of vitality in the white fog poured into Li Tianlan's body. The wounds in his body began to heal quickly, and the bleeding stopped quickly. Cough! In a heart-wrenching cough, Jiang Shangyu coughed up blood and struggled to stand up. The white fog kept repairing Li Tianlan's body. Li Tianlan squinted at Jiang Shangyu. The vast white fog merged with him as the center, and his aura kept rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. To Li Tianlan's surprise, Jiang Shangyu's aura also began to rise from the bottom. It seemed that a considerable part of the terrifying attack just now did not hit him. Li Tianlan frowned. To be exact, when all the attacks hit Jiang Shangyu, some of them were diverted. Diverted? You're pretty good, but your strength is just SOSO. Li Tianlan's voice was cold. Jiang Shangyu was not the strongest of all the experts he had ever met, but he could definitely be said to be one of the strongest opponents he had ever met. The key was that this kind of opponent with all kinds of tricks was hard to fathom. Even now, Li Tianlan did not see through all his trump cards. Just SOSO. Jiang Shangyu chuckled. Their auras rose at the same time. Li Tianlan's recovery speed was countless times faster than Jiang Shangyu's. But Jiang Shangyu seemed to have diverted part of the damage, and his overall recovery speed was not much slower than Li Tianlan's. Can you still enter my shadow? Jiang Shangyu twisted his neck and said lightly. Want to try? Li Tianlan's tone was cold. Yes. Jiang Shangyu looked at Li Tianlan and said seriously, How about letting me try again if you can? Li Tianlan fell silent. Enter Jiang Shangyu's shadow again. He didn't know how he did it just now. Now he got out of the shadow and wanted to merge with the other party's shadow. Li Tianlan couldn't do it at all. Even Li Tianlan couldn't replicate the fusion just now. He needed to think and meditate. A road had appeared vaguely in front of him again. After the end of martial arts, the road was vague and extremely vague. Li Tianlan still needed a long time to explore before he could continue to try. He could clearly feel the feeling at that moment. From the moment he entered Jiang Shangyu's shadow, his originally perfect martial arts had become imperfect. This was not a bad thing, because this imperfection was not a defect in his current martial arts, but a new road seemed to appear after the perfect martial arts and the end of martial arts that he once saw. Li Tianlan didn't know how long the road was. Maybe it was just a step and a half, but no matter how long it was, the road always existed. His whole world seemed to have changed a little because of the moment of shuttling just now. I should try something else. Li Tianlan's fingers moved slightly. Is there anything else you can let me try? Jiang Shangyu sneered. Li Tianlan also laughed. His smile wasn't arrogant or haughty, but there was a hint of pity in it. Did you misunderstand something? Li Tianlan said softly. I haven't seen a domain-type figure who has broken through the peak of the invincible realm, so I'm just playing with you. Don't take it seriously. After all, whoosh. A gust of wind suddenly blew through Xianyuan City under the night sky. The wind whistled, and it was as sharp as a sword. Emperor Dong's palace was the starting point of the wind. The moment the wind sounded, the fierce wind had swept through the entire Xianyuan City. Li Tianlan's subsequent voice was extremely clear in the wind. I haven't used a sword yet. Above the night sky, the whole sky was shimmering. Colorful rays of light gradually converged from afar, creating a colorful scene. Jiang Shangyu seemed to think of something bad. His face became extremely ugly, and his facial features even became distorted in an instant. This sword again, he murmured to himself, and then without hesitation, he turned around and left. The memories in his mind became clearer and clearer like nightmares. Jiang Shangyu's heart was cold. His speed was getting faster and faster. In fact, he had already been psychologically prepared for Li Tianlan to go to this step, so he took Li Quantu with him. But in this situation, in the state of ruthless, even if Li Quantu came, it would be useless. Li Tianlan now had the destructive power beyond the peak of the invincible realm with his bare hands. That weak electric arc directly blew up his domain. If ruthless was added, Jiang Shangyu wouldn't even have the slightest idea. His figure quickly rose into the air, crossed the construction site in an instant, and rushed to the courtyard. Li Tianlan stood where he was, looking at his back, motionless and expressionless. The shimmer in the air had completely enveloped Xianyuan City, and the colorful light wandered in the air bit by bit. Wisps of sword intent surged out of Li Tianlan's body and merged with every colorful light in the air. Jiang Shangyu flew farther and farther. Li Tianlan stretched out his palm. A sword sound suddenly rang out in Emperor Dong's palace. Before the sword sound came out of Emperor Dong's palace, ruthless, burning with colorful sword energy, had already appeared in Li Tianlan's hand. The horrible sword energy and energy perfectly merged and swept the city in an instant. The night sky and the sky surged and trembled violently. Li Tianlan stood where he was. At this moment, he seemed to be completely integrated with Ruthless. The energy of Ruthless was sword energy, and his sword energy became energy. An indescribable power spread out wildly with Li Tianlan as the center. The air in front of him, the sky above, and everything in sight seemed to be constantly twisting and deforming. Li Tianlan raised Ruthless in his hand. His voice rang through the world in an instant. As far as my eyes can see, Jiang Shangyu's body suddenly paused in the air. Bang! It seemed that endless darkness suddenly surged out from Jiang Shangyu's side. A wall that was completely condensed from darkness appeared beside Jiang Shangyu. Forcibly condensing the ultimate domain consumed a lot of physical strength and willpower. Jiang Shangyu's body was bleeding wildly. Li Tianlan's voice came from a distance and shook the night sky. It was simply deafening and extremely majestic. Forbid! The spreading energy rushed to the domain with Li Tianlan's voice. The colorful light rushed to the front of the domain. The strongest defense condensed to the limit. The small-scale domain that even Jiang Shangyu himself could not eliminate in a short time disappeared directly the moment it touched the light. It did not collapse, nor did it dissipate. The thick and hard domain seemed to disappear completely without any sign or even a chance to react. Perhaps most people could not understand this scene, but Jiang Shangyu was obviously prepared for this, or he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moment the domain disappeared, his figure suddenly flickered and appeared directly 100 meters away. Jiang Shangyu's figure kept flashing. Before the colorful light wrapped around him, he directly rushed out of Xianyuan City. Li Tianlan held Ruthless in his hand and narrowed his eyes in silence for a moment. Everyone in Xianyuan City could feel the great power roaring in the air. All the experts above the thunder-shocking realm could feel the incredible burning and consumption of ruthless energy. The hesitation did not last for a second. The colorful lines in the air suddenly disappeared. Li Tianlan did not finish this sentence. The moment Jiang Shangyu escaped from Xianyuan City, he put away the Ruthless in his hand. The body of the Ruthless sword became much dimmer in a short moment. The sword body quickly disintegrated and became the sword formation of the 13-story building again. Countless famous swords slowly rotated around Li Tianlan and finally disappeared. The night sky was restored to peace. The darkness outside Xianyuan City surged. Jiang Shangyu's figure jumped from the darkness to a barren mountain area outside the city. As soon as his body landed, he staggered and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Beads of blood rolled down from all over his body, and countless wounds healed quickly. Jiang Shangyu's body trembled, and his expression was distorted. But the moment he landed on the ground, he suddenly laughed. He took out his cell phone with trembling hands and dialed a number. The phone was quickly answered. Li Guangtu's somewhat cold voice came over. "How is it? I lost and ran away." "Ha ha 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 ha. Are you happy?" Li Guangtu remained calm. "Happy? Of course I'm happy." Jiang Shangyu's laughter was a little crazy. "I've confirmed Li Tianlan's state and Ruthless state. The extreme state of the Chosen One we discussed does exist. Although Li Tianlan has not reached the real limit, it has already taken shape. But it's a pity. Ruthless energy is running out. I let Li Tianlan use that sword move. In Ruthless current state, Li Tianlan has at most one more sword move. Against him or against me. He's dead, ha ha ha." He crushed a button on his shirt and poured the powder from the button into his mouth. His body swayed as he walked forward. In the distance, he stopped. In the distance, there was an armed helicopter of the Freedom Corps. "You can come to Beihai." Li Guangtu's voice was calm and indifferent. "How's the situation?" Jiang Shangyu gasped a few times and asked directly. "It's going well so far. Our time is limited, so we have to speed up." "Okay." Jiang Shangyu nodded. "See you in Beihai." "See you in Beihai." The phone was hung up. Jiang Shangyu took a deep breath and strode to the helicopter. The moment the night quieted down, even Li Tianlan felt a little tired and weak. The vast white mist continuously drilled into his body. The wounds on his body healed quickly, and his aura became stable again in a very short time. Even though he was now confident that he was invincible, he had to admit that Jiang Shangyu was a very difficult opponent, especially when he didn't know the other party's martial arts. It was the first time he fought with Jiang Shangyu with his bare hands. It was not easy to defeat the other party without paying any price. If it hadn't been for the inspiration at that subtle moment, today's battle was doomed to not end so easily. Jiang Shangyu fled in a panic. Li Tianlan still stood where he was, recalling the scenes of the battle. He had successfully entered Jiang Shangyu's shadow. But even now, he didn't know how he had done all of this. At that moment, he suppressed his strength to the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, concentrated all his strength in one point, and concentrated his willpower like never before. At that moment, he locked on to Jiang Shangyu's position in the Rain of Swords. Out of his almost instinctive fighting consciousness, he wanted to quickly get close to Jiang Shangyu. Under the circumstances at that time, there was only one unique skill that could be the most convenient to do this. That was the shadow formula that Tribulation had given him. But he didn't know why he failed to place his shadow in front of Jiang Shangyu, because of the interference of the domain, but he succeeded in changing his position with the shadow that he failed to place. At that time, the sky full of thunder and the dark domain completely distorted the space. When Li Tianlan appeared beside Jiang Shangyu, he was already in his shadow. Li Tianlan's brows furrowed tightly. There seemed to be no clue in his mind, but the more he thought about some of the details, the more confused he became. The road to the end of martial arts had appeared in front of him, but there seemed to be a heavy barrier between him and it. Li Tianlan couldn't see the way to go on that road for the time being. Thunder, darkness, shadow, space, all the scenes were replayed in his mind, bit by bit, again and again. He simply sat down on the ground, holding Wu Qing, frowning, and his whole person was as quiet as a statue. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard nearby. Li Tianlan raised his head and glanced. Saint and military counselor rushed over first. Then came Situ Sanyue with Qin Weibai. Tianlan. Seeing Li Tianlan sitting on the ground, Qin Weibai's face suddenly changed. "I'm fine." Li Tianlan shook his head and stood up. "I'm just thinking about something." The white mist became thin and transparent little by little. Qin Weibai came to Li Tianlan and touched the wounds on his body. All the wounds had begun to heal, but Li Tianlan, who was covered in blood, still looked a little shocking. "It's good that you're fine." She raised her palm and touched Li Tianlan's face. Li Tianlan smiled and pinched her nose. "Your Majesty, something happened in Beihai." Military counselor's voice sounded. It was a little inappropriate, but it was extremely necessary. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why didn't Wang Xingxiao contact me? Half an hour ago, all the communication signals in Beihai were cut off. Our intelligence personnel hiding in Beihai have lost contact with us. Beihai is very skilled in this aspect, but with Chun Fanqing's approval, they are fully prepared. It will take at least half an hour to restore the communication. At present, no one knows the specific situation in Beihai. But combined with all the signs, we can almost be sure that the final battle in Beihai has begun." Half an hour ago, Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and sneered. "They're really good at finding time." Half an hour ago, Jiang Shangyu appeared in Emperor Dong's palace. Obviously, all this was planned. He glanced at Saint and Situ Sanyue. They should have set off for East Island yesterday, but due to all kinds of considerations, Li Tianlan asked them to stay and watch the final battle. A domain-type superior who surpassed the peak of the invincible realm was also the enemy of Emperor Dong's palace. As deputy palace masters, it was necessary for them to have a certain understanding of the opponent. But in this battle, they could not see much. Li Tianlan shook his head subconsciously. "Your Majesty, let's set off for East Island right away." Saint's tone was calm. Although he and Situ Sanyue were not in East Island, the power of Emperor Dong's palace in East Island was already extremely strong. The new Nightmare Troop had set off under the leadership of Lin Yuxian and Li Beitian. Su Chu and Du Hanin had taken the first batch of elites to East Island a few days earlier. Now, East Island only lacked 2 superiors of the invincible realm. "Okay." Li Tianlan nodded and said after a moment of silence, "Be careful." Saint and Situ Sanyue looked at each other, turned around, and left in a hurry. Li Tianlan looked at their backs and thought of his martial arts and the final battle in Beihai. He felt a little regretful. It seemed that the path after the end of martial arts could only be studied after tonight. "Let's go back. I'll go to Beihai," Li Tianlan said slowly. Qin Weibai slightly tightened her grip. Qin Weibai held Li Tianlan's hand and whispered, "That's what we should be most careful about. Jiang Shangyu may not have lost his fighting ability. And Li Kuang too. Don't underestimate them." "Don't worry." Li Tianlan patted her hand and said faintly, "Wu Qing will go with me." On this trip to Beihai, he wanted to meet not only Jiang Shangyu and Li Kuang too, but also Wu You, whom Lin Fengbing mentioned, and even Wang Tianzong. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and was about to say something. Wu Qing, who was in his arms, suddenly shook. Almost at the same time, Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai turned their heads and looked to the north. At the end of their sight was a white mist that was gradually dispersing. Apart from that, there was nothing. Li Tianlan gave Qin Weibai a strange look. Qin Weibai was also looking in that direction. Her eyes were a little confused. "What did you see?" Li Tianlan asked. "I don't know." Qin Weibai shook her head blankly. "It's an instinctive reaction. I just wanted to take a look." Li Tianlan looked at Wuqing in his arms. Wuqing was quiet and did not respond at all. Li Tianlan looked in that direction again, and his fingers moved slightly. A colorful light floated out of Wuqing's sword, which merged with the sword energy in Li Tianlan's hand and quickly swept through that area. There was nothing. Li Tianlan shook his head and didn't think too much. "Let's go." The white mist surged slightly. Li Tianlan took a step forward with Qin Weibai in his arms. The figures of two people and one sword quickly disappeared. The mist drifted in the darkness and gradually became thin. In the direction where Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai's eyes met, in the thin white mist that was almost disappearing, a sound of retching suddenly sounded. In the messy ruins, a young man, who looked less than 30 years old and was dressed very neatly, struggled to stand up in the mess. As soon as he stood up, he bent down again and retched, but nothing came out. F***CK, the young man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a painful look on his face. "I told you that you should take medicine for seasickness. This is too exciting." EW. An extremely broad hand fell on the young man's back and patted him gently. The young man reached out his hand. A large bottle of pure water fell into his hand. He managed to stand up straight, unscrewed the water bottle, and washed his face. The water dripped on the ground. The white mist around him seemed to be slowly surging toward him. The young man touched the cool water in his hand and washed his face hard. He seemed to be a little sober. He put the water to his mouth and gulped down more than half of the bottle. Then he took a long breath and narrowed his eyes with some enjoyment. The young man was not tall, just over 1.7 meters. He was a little fat, with a round face and a pair of glasses. He looked extremely simple and gentle. His appearance could not be regarded as handsome, but it was extremely clean. He belonged to the type that made people feel more comfortable the more they looked at him. Holding the water bottle in his hand, the young fat man looked at everything around him comfortably. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, "The place of my dream is finally here. Your Highness, this is..." Beside the young man stood a sturdy figure at least more than 2 meters tall. Compared with the fat man, he was like a giant. "That's right. My father passed through here." The young fat man's eyes had some very simple and beautiful emotions. "This time he can let me come back. I'm afraid my brothers will envy me to death." He seemed to think of something and reached out with his tiptoes. The giant bent down sensibly and let the fat man pat his shoulder. The fat man laughed and said, "When you go out, boys should learn to protect themselves. You should call me young master in the future." "Yes, your highness, young master." The giant nodded with a serious face. The fat man drank water again and took a few steps forward. "It smells good." Muttering to himself, he whispered a sentence. The giant sniffed and said in a muffled voice, "Young master, what's the smell?" His voice was low, like muffled thunder. The young fat man laughed and said, "The smell of fate." He moved forward slowly and stopped in a certain place for a moment. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the place where he stopped was the place where Li Tianlan rushed out of Jiang Shangyu's shadow. The fat man stood in place and was silent for a while. Then he shook his head and sighed. What a terrible madman. 9,000-word chapter. Chapter 987. He took a shower and changed his clothes as soon as possible. When he walked out of the bedroom, Li Tianlan looked no different from before the battle. More and more news came from all sides. Outside the castle, the roar of the helicopter was endless, bringing a gust of wind. The representatives of the superpowers in the dark world who came to watch the battle symbolically cared about Li Tianlan's state and then left in a hurry. The battle was over, so Li Tianlan didn't have the nature to keep them for dinner. Everyone was sensible and left immediately. There was no formal airport in Tiannan. With Li Tianlan's return to Tiannan, the military airport, which had been built more than a year ago but had been blocked by all sides, could not be put into use until at least next winter. Therefore, all the representatives came by helicopter. After leaving Xinyuan City, some of them would go to Annan City, some would go to Nanyan to take a plane or a fighter jet back to the headquarters, or go directly to Beihai. Li Tianlan put on a gorgeous black windbreaker that was completely unfolded. When Li Tianlan straightened his collar and walked out with Qin Weibai, military counselor just hung up the phone outside the door. Did Saint and Aunt Sita leave? Li Tianlan asked casually. The helicopter just took off 3 minutes ago. Military counselor nodded. Tianan was very far from East Island, and the final battle in Beihai broke out suddenly. The helicopter the two invincible realm experts took would fly to Ningzhou at full speed. From Ningzhou Air Force Base, they would take a fighter jet to Dongshan Guqin Island, and then take off to East Island. If everything went well, it would take about 3 hours. The situation in Dongshan was complicated. Although the Prince Group had a traditional advantage in Dongshan, the Southeast Group was not weak. As for Guqin Island, it was the place whereby Qin Qian was in power many years ago. Zhou Yuanshan also served as the mayor of Guqin Island a few years ago, so his influence was deep-rooted. With the face of the Dongxing clan, it would not be a problem to arrange a private plane. Li Tianlan nodded and walked down the stairs. The military counselor's voice sounded unhurriedly, clear and steady. I just received a call from Freedom Corps Commander Ning. An armed helicopter of the Freedom Corps left the designated area of the Corps without permission during training. The pilot turned off the positioning system. The Freedom Corps forcibly restored the positioning 15 minutes ago. The position shown by the helicopter has already bypassed Ningbian from the direction of Xinyuan City and entered Ningyan Province. Li Tianlan stopped and said, "Is it to pick up Jiang Shangyu?" "Very likely." Military counselor nodded. Jiang Shangyu's plan is very clear. He doesn't expect to win this battle at all. In the bet with him, a lot of money comes from the Jiang family of South America, Jifeng Sword Raining School, and even Knights Templars. However, he is very confident in self-protection. He has arranged for a helicopter in advance. After the battle, he will take the helicopter to escape. At this time, it is estimated that the other party will soon arrive at the Nanyan base. His next step will definitely be to Beihai. Military counselor paused and continued. Based on our current analysis and speculation, Jiang Shangyu has many purposes for challenging Your Majesty. First of all, he wants to attract the attention of the Dark World to Tianan, so as to complete the final arrangement in Beihai. Second, he wants to test His Majesty's state and confirm his real combat capability, so as to carry out effective targeted actions. Finally, Jiang Shangyu may want to consume Xianyuan Feng's energy. From the looks of it, his plan has been executed very successfully. Your Majesty, you must be more careful during this trip to the North Sea. With Jiang Shangyu's domain, Li Kuangtu's sword, and the cooperation of several invincible realm experts, the situation is very complicated. He quickly glanced at Qin Weibai beside Li Tianlan. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he continued. The only good news is that we have successfully made contact with Flaming Fire. Flaming Fire set off a few hours ago through the passage of Wulan State. He will arrive at Beihai a little later than Your Majesty. Under the soft light, Qin Weibai's expression did not change at all. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows. Flaming Fire? Queen of Darkness, Full Moon Song. Military counselor said softly. I haven't seen her for a long time. Li Tianlan didn't know what to think. He shook his head slightly and pressed the button for the elevator. The helicopter has been arranged. Your Majesty can take off at any time. Military counselor followed Li Tianlan meticulously. The three of them walked out of the elevator. Li Tianlan shook his head slightly. No, I'll go directly to Ningzhou. It's faster. Go directly? Without the helicopter? Military counselor was stunned and hesitated. Xianyuan Feng's energy? It's okay. Li Tianlan smiled, looked at Qin Weibai beside him, and said softly, Wait for me to come back. Be careful. Qin Weibai tidied Li Tianlan's collar and said softly. Li Tianlan said yes. A sword light lit up in front of the castle of Xianyuan City. The sword light went straight into the sky and appeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. The dazzling beam of light shrank toward the sky. The sword light flashed again and disappeared completely in the night sky. Qin Weibai raised her head and looked at the night sky silently, without saying a word. Military counselor's voice was interrupted by another voice as soon as it rang out. Hey, what the hell, he left? Why'd he leave just like that? It's so fast, too fast, too fast. Military counselor turned his head with a stunned look. In his sight, two different figures walked over from the night sky. An honest-looking young fat man who looked a little happy trotted to military counselor. He seemed to be afraid that military counselor would misunderstand, so he stood at a safe distance. Beside him, a burly giant at least 2 meters tall followed him. The two stopped less than 5 meters away from military counselor. They raised their heads at the same time and silently looked in the direction where Li Tianlan left. Tut, the fat man sighed. It's not a good start, really? The military counselor looked a little confused, but his body tensed up secretly, and he was a little vigilant. He didn't know the fat man in front of him, but he was sure that he was not from Emperor Dong's palace, because the giant beside him was not from Emperor Dong's palace. With an exaggerated height of nearly 3 meters, such a person could bring a great sense of oppression to people even if he didn't know martial arts. If there was such a person in Emperor Dong's palace, military counselor would have an impression. Similarly, he would not be the representative of the superpowers who came to watch the battle. He was not from Emperor Dong's palace, nor was he the representative of the superpowers. Such a person appeared in the core area of Emperor Dong's palace under the sight of countless guards. Military counselor raised his vigilance in his heart, but he didn't take the initiative to attack. From him, he only felt curiosity and no malice. Who are they? Perhaps because the fat man's appearance was easy to make people feel good, military counselor's voice was extremely calm. The fat man was stunned. He seemed to be focused on chasing Li Tianlan, so he didn't notice military counselor and heard his question. Who were they? The fat man glanced awkwardly at the giant beside him. The giant silently lowered his head and looked at him silently. The fat man thought for a moment. He looked at military counselor, smiled awkwardly, and said carefully, we are guests, right? Military counselor didn't figure out the circuit of the fat man's mind for a while and was speechless. At this time, the fat man's expression and attitude combined with the content of his words seemed to have a natural sense of humor. Even Qin Weibai was amused. Military counselor was a little speechless. Those who enter the door are guests. Of course, you could be regarded as guests. But fat man, how did you get in? The fat man's face suddenly wrinkled, looking like a frowning bun. Fat man. He looked down at his figure. I'm not fat, am I? The giant beside him nodded hard, seeming to agree. Military counselor was a little confused. He strangely had no desire to attack these two people of unknown origin, but he didn't want to accompany them to talk nonsense here, especially at this crucial time. He looked down at the time and was about to speak when Qin Weibai's cold and calm voice sounded. Get to the point. Who are you? What are you doing here? What's your purpose? The fat man, who was looking down at his belly with a sad face, looked up. He seemed to see Qin Weibai, and his eyes lit up slightly. In the hazy night, Qin Weibai stood there in a light-colored dress. She was cold, quiet, dreamy, and ethereal. Her eyes had a soul-stirring charm to it. The fat man's eyes were a little dazed. It was not the eyes of dementia, nor did it contain very disgusting lust. Instead, it was a kind of innocence and joy, as if seeing perfection. I suddenly want to write a poem, Fatty mumbled to himself. His eyes gradually regained their clarity, and he smiled. His smile was very serious. Sister-in-law, you're one of the most beautiful ladies I've ever seen. Only my mother can compare with you. Qin Weibai had heard countless compliments, so she did not care about it. What she cared about was the word that the other person had unintentionally said. It was a term that modern people could never come into contact with, but they had definitely heard of it. Empress Mother. Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes. What kind of name was that? It's Mother. He looked at Qin Weibai seriously. His gaze changed as if he had some doubts. He said softly, strange, there's a shadow of order on you. Qin Weibai quietly watched him talk nonsense without batting an eyelid. Fatty muttered something to himself, and then seemed too lazy to think about it. He just gave a thumbs up and flattered without any limits, "Sister-in-law is indeed a goddess." "I'm not sister-in-law." Qin Weibai's voice was a little cold. "Of course you are." Fatty was very thick-skinned. He smiled and pointed to the place where Li Tianlan had just disappeared. "The one who just left is my elder brother." "That's my sister-in-law." "Elder brother?" Qin Weibai laughed. "Do you know him?" I don't know him yet, but I will soon." "Inexplicable." Qin Weibai shook her head. "What's your purpose?" The question was simple and direct, and there was almost no room for evasion. Fatty scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "This question is a little complicated. My father, he seemed to feel that the title was a little awkward, so he paused again and smiled. "My father asked me to come here to build a good relationship with my elder brother. In fact, I'm here to find a job." Qin Weibai and military counselor looked at each other. In the past 2 years, countless masters had joined Emperor Dong's palace, but most of them were in the probation period. Almost none of them could really win their trust. It seemed that this was the first time they had heard someone say that joining Emperor Dong's palace was to find a job. It was a little strange. Military counselor glanced at the giant, who made him feel a little uncomfortable, and then looked at the harmless fat man in front of him. He said lightly, "What's your realm?" "Realm?" Fatty stared blankly, and the giant looked confused as well. "Thundershocking realm? Or fire-flaming realm?" Military counselor asked again. Oh. Fatty kept nodding. "No, I don't have any realm. I never fight. I used to be a nurse, and now I'm a doctor. I'm self-taught." "Doctor?" When it came to the profession of doctor, Fatty's face was full of color, with a very clear touch of pride. "You can even call me a biologist. I'm a real talent. Sister-in-law, I'm needed here, and my elder brother will also need me." Male nurse, doctor, biologist, military counselor's mouth kept twitching. He looked at the giant beside Fatty and asked, "What about him?" Fatty was a little embarrassed. "He's not good at anything. He'll run errands with me for the time being. If there's a chance, he could be a fitness coach, a PE teacher, or something. Well, he's good at basketball." Casually, Fatty arranged for the frightening-looking giant, or you can let him be a security guard at the entrance. He'll be absolutely loyal to his duty. There's no problem with his size. There's no problem. Military counselor took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Do you have any certificates that can prove your professional abilities?" "Do security guards need certificates?" Fatty was dumbfounded. "I mean, a doctor's certificate." Saint clenched his teeth and said word by word. "Well, no," Fatty murmured, "but my ability is very good. I'm absolutely professional." "Were you good at?" Qin Weibai suddenly asked. "Ergonomics, genetics, and genetics." Fatty's answer was without hesitation. "I've also been a battlefield doctor for a period of time. I'm very proficient in internal and external medicine." Fatty's eyebrows danced as he blew his own trumpet. "What's your name?" Qin Weibai glanced at the giant and asked slowly. The giant looked down at his young master. When he was about to say something, Fatty waved his hand and patted the belly of the giant beside him. "He's Xing Tian." The giant's body shook, but he didn't say anything. "My name is Xianyuan Wushang," Fatty said with a smile, "but I prefer the name my mother gave me. Sister-in-law, you can call me Changsheng." "Ji Changsheng." Xianyuan Wushang. "Ji Changsheng." Qin Weibai frowned and asked subconsciously, "Why is your surname Xianyuan?" Fatty looked at Qin Weibai dully. After a while, he said weakly, "Because my father's surname is Xianyuan." Chapter 988. The Sword Light slowly converged at an Air Force base in a border city in Ningzhou province. The fighter plane was parked dozens of meters away, and the tower had completed the route planning. The commander of Ningzhou Corps was waiting next to the fighter plane in person. When he saw Li Tianlan appear from the converging sword light, he immediately trotted over, saluted Li Tianlan, and called to Your Majesty with a friendly expression. This major general came from the Border Control Corps and had served as a middle-level officer of the Thunderbolt Battalion. Later, he left the Border Control Corps because of a relapse of his injuries on the battlefield. With the personal intervention of Shi Hanbing, a direct subordinate of Dongxing Wudi, he had a meteoric rise after leaving the Border Control Corps. 2 years ago, he was promoted to the rank of Major General and came to Suzhou. Now, he could be regarded as the backbone of the giant group. Commander Liu, thank you. Li Tianlan took the initiative to shake hands with him and said in a calm voice, "It's nothing. It's just a piece of cake." Commander Liu was not good at talking. He let go of Li Tianlan's hand and pointed to the fighter plane immediately. "Your Majesty, shall we go now?" "Okay." Li Tianlan looked at the time and did not hesitate. Commander Liu led the way to the two-seater fighter plane nearby. "With the route specially approved by the Army headquarters, Your Majesty, we will arrive at Qingdao in about an hour and 20 minutes. Qingdao is ready. The fighter plane model there is more advanced. It will take about 50 minutes to arrive at the military airport in Qiushui city of Beihai." Li Tianlan nodded. Before he spoke, his cell phone suddenly rang. Li Tianlan stopped, took out his cell phone, and glanced at it. It was a video call from Wang Shengxiao. Beihai has forcibly restored the communication with the outside world. Li Tianlan pressed the answer button and looked at Wang Shengxiao on the screen without speaking. Wang Shengxiao also did not speak for a while. He looked a little haggard, but his aura was more stable and indifferent. The final battle has begun. After taking a deep look at Li Tianlan, Wang Shengxiao said in a low voice, "I'm in Ningzhou. I'll board the plane right away. How's the situation?" Li Tianlan asked directly. "Overall, it's not out of control, but it's not too good either." Wang Shengxiao shook his head in response. "Around an hour ago, all of the other cities in the North Sea were attacked at the same time. We've already taken out a group of infiltrators, but there are still many infiltrators who have re-entered the North Sea. The North Sea Legion bases in all of the cities were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, followed by the city governments, police departments, headquarters of the sword-wielding families, and transportation hubs in all of the cities. All of our communications were forcibly cut off some time ago, and we're still out of contact with Qiushui City. The invaders have taken over almost everything in Qiushui City, so we're in a rather passive situation." His voice was a little hoarse. The decisive battle in the North Sea was unavoidable. Wang Shengxiao was mentally prepared and had enough confidence to win. But having confidence was one thing, and seeing the situation in front of him was another. After all, this was his Beihai. Even if he won the decisive battle this time, the losses of Beihai could not be ignored. The lives of soldiers, the loss of talents, and the uneasiness of ordinary people could all be said to be Wang Shengxiao's responsibility. "Shenzhou is fine." Li Tianlan's eyes flickered. They dare not come to the Shenzhou for the time being, but their ultimate goal must be the Shenzhou. Mount Dibing is here. From the perspective of defense, the power of the Shenzhou is the strongest and also the hardest bone to bite, so they will cause chaos in several other cities. The more people I send to rescue, the weaker the power of the Shenzhou will be. When the Shenzhou is weakened to a certain extent, it will be the beginning of their general attack. Wang Shengxiao said slowly. "So what's your decision?" Li Tianlan was expressionless. "Rescue." Wang Shengxiao answered without hesitation. "The All Heavens forces and the internal defense forces have gone to various cities in batches. I'm the patriarch of the North Sea. I can't watch the cities in North Sea go out of control. Even if I know what they're thinking, I can't do nothing. Otherwise, even if the decisive battle is won, it will be meaningless." He looked at Li Tianlan and said in a calm tone, "So, I need your support. As long as you stay in Mount Dibing, I can send most of the forces on Mount Dibing to stabilize the situation. The experts of the Invincible Realm didn't show up, and even the experts of the half-step Invincible Realm didn't do much. These high-end forces must be used in Mount Dibing. If you stay in Mount Dibing, you will be our biggest guarantee." Li Tianlan twitched the corner of his mouth and said faintly, "The biggest guarantee of Mount Dibing should not be me." Wang Shengxiao's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. "How is your father?" Li Tianlan asked directly. This was a question that had almost been ignored by the Dark World. But this was the question that Li Tianlan was most concerned about now. The decisive battle in Beihai might be extremely dangerous and huge for others. But at present, it was certain that with the start of the decisive battle in Beihai, an earthquake that was bigger than the chaos in Snow Country more than 2 years ago had completely formed in the Dark World. Beihai Province and East Island were the first to bear the brunt. But this storm also swept through Wulan State and Snow Country. The relationship between Wang Xiaoyao and Snow Country, the relationship between Li Tianlan and Wulan State, and the relationship between Wulan State and Snow Country would all be tested. In Northern Europe, with the departure of Flaming Fire, the conflict between the Dark Knights and the Holy Land was destined to break out tonight. The Zhang family of America also began to stir up trouble. Although Lin Fengding was now in America, it was impossible for him to keep the whole of America calm by himself. Inside Zhongzhou State, Chen Fanqing also kept moving. Europe, America, Snow Country, Zhongzhou State, East Island, Beihai at this point, it was no longer lively but completely chaotic and messy. No one knew what the Dark World would be like after tonight. As far as Li Tianlan was concerned, he was not afraid of Jiang Shanyu, let alone Li Guangtu. Of course, he would be careful, but he would not be timid. Now, in the whole Dark World, the only thing that could make him worry was Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong, who was ignored by the Dark World. Wang Shengxiao's face changed slightly, and his heart suddenly became a little subtle. Li Tianlan's voice was flat. Vaguely, his peers on the screen, even those who were a few years younger than him, had put him on the same level as Wang Tianzong. "How is your father?" It was a simple greeting, but with an indescribable condescension. "Dong Wang, His Majesty Dong Wang." Wang Shengxiao felt a little bitter in his heart. He was silent for a long time, and then said blandly, "I don't know." This was the truth, but it was not the whole truth. He really didn't know what Wang Tianzong's current state was, but it didn't mean anything else. Li Tianlan said, "Oh, when can you get to Mount Dibbing?" Wang Shengxiao changed the subject. "I will get to Beihai soon." Li Tianlan said blandly, "But before Mount Dibbing, I need to get something from Beihai, something that belongs to me." He looked at the screen with meaningful eyes. Wang Shengxiao seemed to think of something, but he didn't show any uneasiness. He just nodded and said, "Got it." Li Tianlan smiled and hung up the phone. He didn't know if Wang Shengxiao really didn't know Wang Tianzong's state at this time, but it didn't matter as long as he knew. At his current level, he might not be able to see how powerful that supreme realm was. But unlike Jiang Shanyu and Li Guangtu, who were at the same level, Li Tianlan had seen the end of martial arts a long time ago, and he also had ruthlessness. Therefore, he could simulate the power of Xianyuan Feng and the 13-story building in their heyday, and he could roughly simulate Wang Tianzong's endurance at that time. Therefore, he could be sure that Wang Tianzong's injury could not be cured in a short time, but it was also impossible that he had no ability to fight at all. In the final battle of Beihai, Li Tianlan could cooperate with Beihai, but before Wang Tianzong took action, he would not take any action. The Zhang family of South America, Sanctuary, Purgatory of Heaven Capital, Jifeng Sword Raining School, Wuji Palace. These were the comprehensive strength which could be regarded as the top strength in the current Dark World. If they were buried in Beihai, Emperor Dong's palace would have cleared all obstacles in the Dark World. It was hard for Li Tianlan to do that himself. It was also hard for Wang Tianzong to do that. But when he was with Wang Tianzong, he could do it. When the final battle of Beihai ended, Wang Tianzong also overdrew the power he had accumulated for more than 2 years. Emperor Dong's palace was the only one left in the Dark World. Li Tianlan reached out and pinched his collar. The black collar with golden patterns engraved on it rubbed Li Tianlan's face intimately. He stepped onto the fighter plane and said calmly, "Let's go." For now, it didn't seem to matter what the surname of the fat man's father was. What mattered was the fat man's own ability, from a nurse to a doctor to a biologist. If Xianyuan Wushang was not bragging, and he was really good at ergonomics, genetics, then he was indeed a talent that Emperor Dong's palace needed very much. The development of countries in the world in these fields was far from mature. Even the Wang family of Beihai which was the strongest in this field, could only be said to be relatively advanced in terms of ideas and technology. All the forces and countries, including the Wang family of Beihai, were just getting started in this field. If Xianyuan Wushang was an expert in this field, then not only Emperor Dong's palace, but all the forces would welcome him. It was not difficult to verify Xianyuan Wushang's professional ability. Although she did not know the origins of Xianyuan Wushang and Xing Tian, Qin Weibai did not want to miss out on talents. She took Xianyuan Wushang into the small conference room on the second floor of the castle. At the same time, she called the silver-eyed Nailan Shuying, who was doing experiments in the underground laboratory. This core figure of the Wang family of Beihai had been in Emperor Dong's palace for more than 2 years. Except for regularly going to the headquarters of the Lin clan to record some data, she basically did not leave Emperor Dong's palace. Although Nailan Shuying was young, her professional ability was recognized by the world. In terms of the technology and development progress of that year, Nailan Shuying could be said to be the top expert in the field of ergonomics, genetics, and genetics. Xianyuan Wushang's origin was a little strange and inexplicable. Qin Weibai always felt that he was not as simple as he appeared to be, but she could not feel any malice from him. She wanted Nailan Shuying to test Xianyuan Wushang's quality. If he really had some real talent, she might as well take him in first. After all, in this field, even if they had Nailan Shuying, there was still a big gap between them and the Wang family of Beihai. So there was a live interview in the small conference room. Both Qin Weibai and Nailan Shuying felt that this matter was very simple. Nailan Shuying, who had a cold temperament, was not good at talking. She just casually wrote down a few formulas. The formulas were not simple, but they were not very esoteric either. They were in line with the level of ordinary researchers in Nailan Shuying's mind. Xianyuan Wushang silently watched Nailan Shuying write the questions. His eyes were calm, indifferent and calm. This kind of indescribable gaze made Nailan Shuying angry. This fat man, who had been fawning over Qin Weibai when she came, looked at her in an extremely strange way. Nailan Shuying could not describe that kind of feeling. There was no so-called amazement or appreciation. That kind of calmness was like a kind of careless indifference. It was like a person walking on the road, seeing an ant under his foot, giving people a feeling that he was completely ignored. Nailan Shuying was a little annoyed. She simply wrote down a formula that she had solved not long ago, and then handed it to Xianyuan Wushang with a cold face. Military counselor watched quietly. Qin Weibai watched quietly. Nailan Shuying watched quietly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xianyuan Wushang. Xing Tian, who was as tall and burly as a wall, suddenly glanced at Nailan Shuying. He had a high-energy warning expression on his face, and there was a touch of indescribable strangeness in his eyes. The fat man, who was holding a large bottle of purified water, took Nailan Shuying's question and glanced at it. He raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. That's it. At this moment, there seemed to be some very subtle changes in his body. Casually picking up the ballpoint pen beside him, the fat man held the pen with his somewhat thick fingers and quickly drew onto the formulas. Countless symbols were arranged under the nib of his pen. Casual, helpless, and careless. There was no pause or thinking at all. 20 seconds later, the piece of paper handed to him by Nailan Shuying had been full of various symbols. Take a look. Xianyuan Wushang put down the pen and handed the paper in his hand to Nailan Shuying. Nailan Shuying subconsciously took it. Her slender arms were trembling slightly, and even she herself was not aware of it. She took the paper handed over by the other party, looked at the answers on it, and frowned subconsciously. Time passed little by little. Nailan Shuying's breathing gradually became rapid. She hurriedly glanced at the answers again, and then suddenly raised her head and looked at Xianyuan Wushang with a look of disbelief. Huh? Xianyuan Wushang seemed a little surprised. I thought you would say that my answer was wrong. It seems that you're very smart. It's not wrong. Nailan Shuying stared blankly at Xianyuan Wushang. After a full minute, she shook her head absent-mindedly. How did you do it? At first glance, the other party's understanding of the formulas was indeed somewhat strange, But this strangeness came from the limitations of thinking. The other party's answer was correct, but the way he solved it was completely different. It was a way of thinking that could not be imitated. It was simple, incisive, and clear to glance. The answer given by the other party was undoubtedly correct, but the way he solved the problem almost directly subverted Nayland Shurying's thinking. Their original way of solving the problem seemed incomparably clumsy and ridiculous in the other party's way of thinking. For formulas, the fat man gave the optimal solution in 20 seconds. It was the optimal solution that even Nayland Shurying could not achieve. This sounded like a fantasy story, but it had happened so magically. Is there any problem? Qin Weibai glanced at Nayland Shurying. Nayland Shurying was a little hesitant and shook her head subconsciously. The other party's way of thinking was extremely magical, but a few formulas could not explain his level. But what was certain was that he was absolutely qualified to work in the laboratory of Emperor Dong's palace. Nayland Shurying thought for a moment and said softly, "If possible, I hope he can join my laboratory and become my main assistant." Qin Weibai opened her eyes wide in surprise. Nayland Shurying suddenly felt a little nervous. She glanced at Xianyuan Wushang and avoided his eyes. "Can I?" Xianyuan Wushang smiled and shook his head. Emperor Dong's palace is not short of researchers. I just want to be a doctor. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. After a few seconds, he smiled and said, "I heard that His Majesty Dong Wang wants to build a hospital in Emperor Dong's palace. If possible, I hope to work in this hospital." He picked up a pen again, wrote a set of formulas on the paper, and handed them to Nayland Shurying. "Of course, if you have time, you can also come to me. We can communicate with each other." Nayland Shurying took the formula from his hand and looked at it for a while. Her body suddenly trembled, and because she was too excited, an extremely obvious flush appeared on her face. The other party's formula was not a question, but a kind of somewhat general answer. What made Nayland Shurying feel a little ashamed was that she couldn't even understand this formula for a while. She could only be sure that this formula was a model in the field of genes, which should be related to the deep repair of the human body. If this formula is true, it means Nayland Shurying bit her lip hard, and her whole mind was instantly immersed in this formula. "I found the direction," she suddenly said. "What?" Qin Weibai was a little stunned. "I found the direction of the third generation of eternal life, a very key direction." Nayland Shurying's voice was a little trembling. There can also be new progress in the situation of the Lin clan headquarters, and Miss Dongcheng, His Highness Situ, this formula, bang. In a loud sound, military counselor, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up. He stared at Xianyuan Wushang in front of him. "Can you save the boss?" "The boss?" Xianyuan Wushang's chubby face had a blank but polite smile. He touched the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose again. The light shone on the lenses, shining with colorful light. This seemed to be a very common action. But behind the mirror that Qin Weibai and others could not see, countless torrents of data were flashing wildly on the lenses. The smile on Xianyuan Wushang's face gradually froze, and then he became a little embarrassed. He didn't find any information about the so-called boss. The formula he gave was a gift to Emperor Dong's palace to show his sincerity. So the formula was not given casually. The moment he touched his eyes, he had already invaded the confidential database of Emperor Dong's palace. The new city plan of Emperor Dong's palace in the future was clear at a glance from the Li family's tree of life plan. He found some interesting information in the biological laboratory of Emperor Dong's palace, which was the detailed physical data of several wounded people and the recent changes in their physical data. It was also a problem that he thought would be difficult for them to solve in 10 or 20 years. The formula he gave based on the situation of several people was very targeted, so he was very satisfied with this gift. But the boss, Xianyuan Wushang, touched his eyes again. A huge amount of data flashed wildly, and all the documents in the confidential database of Emperor Dong's palace were turned out by him in an instant. He coughed and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, who is the boss?" Qin Weibai glanced at Nayland Shurying. Nayland Shurying suddenly came to her senses. She hurriedly said, wait a minute. Then she left the conference room and rushed into the elevator. The elevator went all the way down. After a short pause, it went up again. The sound of high-heeled shoes hitting the ground was getting closer and closer. Nayland Shureen came in with 2 folders. The folders recorded all the physical data of the master of Samsara Palace in the past 6 months. She put the folders in front of Xianyuan Wushang and said sincerely, "This is the information of the wounded people." Xianyuan Wushang took the files and carefully observed the data on them. The light of the gold-rimmed glasses flickered slightly, and all the data was quickly imprinted on the lenses as he turned them. A large amount of data merged with each other and constantly outlined on the lenses. Finally, a slender and tall figure of a woman appeared. Xianyuan Wushang frowned slightly and looked up at Qin Weibai with a little astonishment in his eyes. Qin Weibai's heart suddenly sank, but she didn't show it on the surface. The figure that only Xianyuan Wushang could see on the lenses quickly dissipated. The data that belonged to Xianyuan Wushang once again easily entered the database of Emperor Dong's palace and the computer in the laboratory. After confirming all the body data, he watched Nayland Shureen's flight records in the past 6 months. There was no distance in the internet. The data that belonged to Xianyuan Wushang flowed freely in the internet world, bypassing the secret databases of many countries. The next second, in the laboratory of the Lin clan's headquarters in Europe, a large amount of data began to roll on the computer, and all the cameras were turned on. In the conference room of the headquarters of Emperor Dong's palace, the reflection of the figure lying in the foam-like nutrient solution in the perfect, pale, bloodless face was reflected on the lenses of the gold-rimmed glasses. All the data merged perfectly. Xianyuan Wushang's body suddenly shook. He looked at Qin Weibai, who was forcing herself to be calm, and his eyes were a little complicated. He muttered to himself, "What's going on? 2 sisters-in-law? Exactly the same?" He gradually frowned and looked at Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai looked at him silently. There was a short silence. "Who the hell are you?" The 2 of them asked in unison. "I'm a doctor." Xianyuan Wushang spread his hands. "Maybe I can be regarded as a low-level hacker, but mainly I'm a doctor." He knocked on the documents on the table, looked at Qin Weibai, and asked, "Sister-in-law, what about you?" Qin Weibai was silent for a while and slowly said, "What did you see?" That Xianyuan Wushang narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. "I just compared the data and entered the confidential database of Emperor Dong's palace, by the way. I found the file of Wounded Number 1, and then I followed her flight records to invade the network system of a manor and saw another sister-in-law." "You can invade the confidential database of Emperor Dong's palace?" Qin Weibai didn't know what kind of tone she was using. Emperor Dong's palace had been established for a short time, but it didn't mean that the level of Emperor Dong's palace was not good. As the world's most powerful financial institution, the Flourishing Age Fund had all kinds of talents. The data firewall of Emperor Dong's palace was set up by dozens of top talents. It might be possible that it could be invaded, but how could it not even send out the intrusion alarm? And it seemed that at that moment, he not only invaded the database of Emperor Dong's palace, but also the headquarters of the Lin clan. "I'm also a hacker, but I'm still a doctor," Xianyuan Wushang said seriously. "So what's going on? Why are there 2 of you?" As you can see, Qin Weibai was silent for a while. "I am her, and she is me. Time travel? Parallel universe? Overlapping dimensions?" Xianyuan Wushang frowned. "I don't know." Qin Weibai shook her head. She suddenly felt a little strange. Xianyuan Wushang's reaction seemed a little strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange. "It's very strange," he murmured to himself. His words were fast and messy, and Qin Weibai found it difficult to listen. "Big boss, boring, crazy, order. So, the shadow of order and you should come from the other sister-in-law? Or the other you?" Xianyuan Wushang said softly. It was order again. When they first met not long ago, he said that Qin Weibai had the shadow of order. Qin Weibai's tone was calm. She looked at Xianyuan Wushang seriously. "What is the order you mentioned?" Xianyuan Wushang looked at Qin Weibai quietly for a long time. After a long time, he chuckled. "It's probably what we understand. Order is order. For example, the order of a country, laws, rules, order, system, food, housing, and transportation are all orders. The simplest explanation is, he took a deep look at Qin Wei Bai. Omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. That's order. He gently knocked on the information in front of him. The other sister-in-law is in a very strange state. She can't be said to be alive, but she's not completely dead. I'm sure I can wake her up, but not now. Not only her, but also the other two patients. Believe me, it's not a bad thing to keep them asleep for a short time. Of course, we can improve their current physical conditions little by little. Xing Tianxia, who had been silent, subconsciously glanced at Xianyuan Wushang. Qin Wei Bai was silent for a long time, and then said softly, "You said your father asked you to build a good relationship with Tianlong? Where's your father? Where are you from?" Xianyuan Wushang was stunned. His glasses flickered, and he quickly glanced at the map of Zhongzhou province that appeared on the glasses. "My father is a little busy. His business is very big, and I'm afraid I won't see him in a short time." In a short time again. Xing Tianxia glanced at him again. Xianyuan Wushang continued with a smile. "I'm from the Central Plains, Zhongyuan province, with a compound surname Xianyuan." Qin Wei Bai had decided to do a thorough investigation. She thought silently and glanced at military counselor. Military counselor nodded and reached out his hand to Xianyuan Wushang. Then, "Welcome to Emperor Dong's palace." "It's my honor." Xianyuan Wushang narrowed his eyes with a smile. "You'll work in the biological laboratory of Emperor Dong's palace from now on. As for this one, no. Xianyuan Wushang shook his head. "I'm a doctor, and I still choose to be a doctor. It's my favorite profession." Military counselor was stunned and didn't speak. "I'll find a way to treat the 3 special patients." Xianyuan Wushang smiled. "Okay." Qin Wei Bai nodded. "But the hospital of Emperor Dong's palace doesn't have much room for you to perform. If you don't mind, how about being a battlefield doctor?" Xianyuan Wushang blinked and looked at Qin Wei Bai innocently. "Go to East Island." Qin Wei Bai smiled. "Go now. Trust me, it's the best place for you." He glanced at military counselor. Military counselor nodded. "I'll arrange it right away. You two follow me." Qin Wei Bai smiled. "Most of the elites of Emperor Dong's palace are in East Island now. I hope you two can do your best to ensure our survival. Have a safe trip." The helicopter roared and left Emperor Dong's palace, flying further and further away. In the spacious cabin, Xianyuan Wushang and Xing Tianxia sat opposite each other, staring at each other. After an unknown period of time, Xianyuan Wushang smiled and said, "We were sent away just like that. That little sister-in-law is very smart, but she still doesn't trust us enough. She must have already sent people to investigate our origins. She can't find anything." Xing Tianxia said in a low voice. "What else can we do?" Xianyuan Wushang looked at the night scenery outside the window. "But it doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't have other thoughts. It's good to be a doctor." Xing Tianxia, "What are you going to do?" "It's boring to be in a daze every day." "Young master, I'm Violent Dragon," Xing Tianxia said in a low voice. His master doesn't like my name. "But that's your name. Your surname is Xing, and your given name is Tian. A code name is a code name, but you can't change your name. And don't get me wrong, it's not that he doesn't like your name. He just thinks you don't deserve it now. Now, at such a long distance, he doesn't even know that you're called Jade Emperor, let alone Xing Tianxia. We're different. I won't stay here for long, but you don't know how long you'll stay. Do you want people to call you Violent Dragon all the time?" Violent Dragon, it's so unpleasant." He touched his eyes, looked at the news that only he could see, and said lazily, "I'll find a chance to go to that Wolf-Free Heights. It's so strange. I thought Li Tianlong was an exception, but this couple is unexpectedly terrible. I really see order in her. It's a miracle. I'm sure that Fatty has nothing to do with anyone in any of my previous books, let alone time travel or parallel universes. Fatty is Fatty. In fact, I'm just a fatty who thinks he's very young." Chapter 989. Because of the time difference, when the plane landed in Wulan State, it was just evening. It was the polar night in the eastern part of the European continent. The sky was gloomy, and it was night 24 hours a day. The sound of the staff on the plane lowering the gangway rang out. The cold wind whistled into the cabin. She, who had sunk her body into the leather sofa, slowly opened her eyes for meditation. "Your Highness, we have arrived at our destination." The staff walked quickly to her side, bowed slightly, and whispered softly. She seemed to be in a trance. She gave a slow hum and turned her head to look at the scenery outside the small window of the cabin. It was cold outside the window. The sky was snowy, and it was pure white. "Got it." She stood up a little slowly and walked to the cabin door a little unsteadily. There was a thick layer of snow in sight, and the pure whiteness extended to the end of the line of sight. Facing the cabin door, dozens of men in casual clothes with cold and calm auras stood quietly behind a lieutenant general in military uniform, like silent statues. The distant lights swept across the sky, forming beams of light in the wind and snow. Everything in front of her seemed to be a large military base. The icy wind blew in her face. Because of the cold, her body looked more and more stiff. Standing in front of the cabin door, she looked at the crowd below silently and did not speak for a while. "Everyone salute." A loud and clear voice cut through the snowy night sky. Led by the general at the front of the crowd, dozens of soldiers raised their hands to salute at the same time. Her expression gradually eased, and she walked down the spiral staircase little by little. "Your Highness, welcome to the Arctic Ocean Corps Air Base." The lieutenant general put down his saluting palm, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to her. "I'm Cheng Huaining." Cheng Huaining, the commander of the Arctic Ocean Corps of Zhongzhou State, the acting commander of the Snowdance Corps, and the highest military commander in the Arctic Ocean region of Zhongzhou State, was born in the Border Control Corps. A few years ago, he was the most valued general of Dongqing Wudi and one of the core figures of the giant group. If there was no accident, after this year's election, there would inevitably be a gold star on his shoulder. If there was no suitable candidate at that time, his title of acting commander of the Snowdance Corps could basically be removed. "Hello." She reached out very slowly, and both her expression and tone were a little stiff. "Cheng, General, Your Highness, you." Cheng Huaining frowned and looked a little worried. "Nothing. My lockdown needs to be adjusted." She answered slowly, and her every move seemed extremely slow. An extremely subtle aura began to slowly awaken from her body. It wasn't very powerful, but it was extremely sharp and abundant. She took 2 steps forward, looked at the team behind Cheng Huaining, and asked slowly, These are the elites I selected from the Arctic Ocean Legion. There are 20 Thundershocking Realm experts, and 2 of them are at the peak of the Thundershocking Realm. The other 40 people are all close to the peak of the Fire Flaming Realm. I plan to let them go to North Sea with Your Highness. They should be able to do something. She stood there for a long time without saying anything. The subtle aura gradually became obvious, and the speed of recovery was getting faster and faster. She was now very slow in accepting information, always 1 beat slower than ordinary people, but her heart was very active. Her thinking was not hindered, but it was difficult for her to express herself. She forced a breakthrough and wanted to become the only expert at the peak of the invincible realm in the dark world today, but she failed. Her internal injury was extremely serious, so she directly used sword energy to seal most of the skills in her body, which was similar to a self-seal. The powerful vitality close to the peak of the invincible realm was repairing her injuries all the time. Her aura was recovering little by little, and she adjusted her combat capability according to the situation and opponents she encountered. When her sword intent was released, it was also when she was at her peak. The organs that were constantly repaired by her own vitality wouldn't react in a short time when her power broke out. She could naturally maintain her peak state in a short time. This was equivalent to deceiving her body, and the price was that her physical injury was aggravated. "They no need. Stay," she said softly. Among the 80 warriors in front of her, 20 were in the Thundershocking realm. Although there was only one at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, it was still a powerful force in any case. In addition, there were 60 in the fire-flaming realm. In total, the lowest average strength was already at the peak of the fire-flaming realm. The most important thing was that compared with their identities as experts, they were warriors. What did this mean? This meant that they had an unusual tacit understanding, discipline, and strong ability to execute on the battlefield. If a team of the same size in the Dark World encountered such a team, it would probably be crushed in minutes. There were very few organized troops whose average strength was at the peak of the fire-flaming realm in the entire Dark World. Even in the heyday of the Samsara Palace and the current Emperor Dawn's Palace, they couldn't produce such troops. And the most famous such troops were the Heaven Punishment Troop of the Wang family of Beihai. 300 warriors whose average strength was at the peak of the fire-flaming realm could even seriously injure an invincible realm expert when they cooperated perfectly. The 80 people in front of her were equivalent to more than a quarter of the troops of all heavens. It was impossible for the Arctic Ocean Corps to have such a family. So the 80 people in front of her could only be the experts that Cheng Huaining had tried every means to transfer from various departments of the army. It could even be said that they were the vast majority of the experts in the Arctic Ocean Corps. Each of them was a middle or high-level officer in the army. Of course, there was no problem with the tacit understanding of this group of people. The final battle in Beihai was a cruel battlefield that was destined to bury countless bones. Thunder-shocking realm experts, and even invincible realm experts would die. Even if she had nothing to do with the Arctic Ocean Corps, she was reluctant to send these people to the battlefield. And now the power of Wulan's state had been unprecedentedly weak. If these people were transferred away, the order of the entire Wulan state might be affected. Her voice was slow, but it was clear. There was a commotion in the crowd. They stay in snow country. It was Flaming Fire of the Samsara Palace, who was also the queen of the Dark Knights, Wang Yue Xianga, who spoke with some difficulty. Cheng Huaining froze for a moment and said softly, "Your Highness, don't worry. I have arranged enough forces in snow country." Wang Yue Xianga still shook her head. Her aura gradually recovered, and her tone became clearer. "Stay. And Tianlan, that's enough. There's no need." For Beihai, Cheng Huaining was silent for a while, then smiled helplessly and said, "I understand. Knights." Wang Yue Xianga looked at Cheng Huaining with a hint of inquiry. Cheng Huaining smiled and said softly, "Your Highness, don't worry. I can guarantee that the knights will be safer than ever." Wang Yue Xianga looked back in the direction for which she came. The night sky was high and deep. It was snowing, and everything was quiet. She couldn't see the situation in the northern part of the European continent, but the sky splashed with blood and fire and the war had appeared in her mind. Wang Yue Xianga turned around and said softly, "Let's go." The European continent was already on fire, but no one expected that the first place where the fire lit up was not the headquarters of the Dark Knights, which was empty after Wang Yue Xianga left. Instead, it was the Holy Land that had always been recognized as inviolable by everyone in the European continent. The raging fire was accompanied by, when a huge explosion sounded, it was close to midnight in the Holy Land. The huge destructive force of the explosion directly broke down some of the old walls of the Holy Land, and the damaged buildings collapsed toward the interior of the Holy Land. In a deafening sound, dozens of soldiers of the Holy Disarmament Corps who guarded the wall were blown to pieces on the spot. The crazy roar of the engine sounded almost at the same time as the explosion. Under the night sky, several cars rushed into the Holy Land at full horsepower. The vehicles were running amok on the exquisite streets of the Holy Land, which could be said to be extremely small. Their goal was clear and direct, and they rushed straight to the Holy Palace in the center of the Holy Land. After a short period of astonishment, the Holy Disarmament Corps reacted immediately. The scarlet and dazzling signal flare representing the enemy's attack suddenly rose into the sky. The entire Holy Land was dyed with a layer of blood under the light of the signal flare. "How dare you!" In the furious roar, The masters of the Holy Land finally recovered from their stupor at the moment the signal flare rose into the air. Their rumbling voice resounded through the entire Holy Land like thunder. "You are courting death." How many years had it been? How many years had it been since someone had been so presumptuous? Everyone in the Holy Land had never experienced or even imagined such a scene in their lives. Someone dared to directly attack the Holy Land? Were they crazy? In an instant, an incomparably violent thunderbolt lit up in the Holy Palace. The clear sound of thunder rolled across the sky, and countless dark blue electric arcs rose straight from the ground into the sky. One, two, countless, dense electric arcs spread quickly between heaven and earth, and almost in an instant, they covered the entire nearby world. There was cold, killing intent everywhere between heaven and earth. Endless electric arcs crisscrossed above the sky, and then fell wildly. Thunder rain. The dense electric arcs smashed down like a rainstorm, hitting every car. The sound of explosions kept ringing, and the motorcade that was madly sprinting toward the gate of the Holy Palace exploded one after another. The off-road vehicle at the front, which had obviously been specially modified, suddenly shook, and the huge body directly expanded in the process of crazy driving. A layer of extremely heavy armor appeared on the body, and a large amount of energy-absorbing materials were placed on the armor. The rainstorm like lightning almost directly overturned the entire motorcade, and the vehicles exploded one by one. In the fire, the masters who did not hide their aura accelerated and charged, while the vehicle at the front stared at the rainstorm like lightning and continued to accelerate, accelerating faster and faster. The thick exhaust pipe of the vehicle emitted thick smoke, and the seemingly extremely cumbersome vehicle was less than 200 meters away from the Holy Palace. In an instant, its speed more than doubled. Carbon monoxide accelerated. The huge body of the vehicle almost rose into the air under the extreme acceleration at the cost of destroying the vehicle itself. Facing the lightning that filled the sky, it directly crashed into the gate of the Holy Palace. A figure dashed out of the vehicle and stood in midair. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the vehicle that was filled with high explosives slammed into the gate of the Holy Palace. The vehicle disintegrated, and flames soared into the sky. In the distorted space, the sturdy building of the Holy Palace seemed to distort violently, and a huge crack tens of meters wide was blown out. At the last moment, a thin old man rushed out of the vehicle. He stood in midair, and a light blue light curtain appeared on the surface of his body. The rain of lightning in the sky continued to fall, but the moment it landed on his body, it was melted by the light curtain. Dressed in a tuxedo, trousers, clean and kind leather shoes, and neatly combed grayish-white hair, the meticulously dressed old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the main gate of the Holy Palace that had been blown open. He smiled softly. As expected of the tortoise shell of the Holy Palace, it's really hard. The high explosives in the vehicle were a new product developed by the Knights of Darkness. Although there was not much in the vehicle, it was enough to successfully blow up an entire building if it were a normal building. However, it only blew up a gap tens of meters wide in the Holy Palace, and did not even cause any casualties. The defensive power of the buildings of the Holy Palace was indeed a little exaggerated. "It's you." In the thunderstorm, a burly figure in light armor suddenly rose into the sky. "Sin, you're courting death." "Yes." The old man smiled faintly. "Little fool, can you kill me?" The burly figure in the armor suddenly tightened his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. He hated the name Little Fool, but damn it, the whole European continent seemed to know his name, and the culprit was the old man with the code name Sin in front of him. Little Fool was not Little Fool. In the Holy Disarmament Corps, he had no name, but he had a number. Number 2. The number 2 adjudicator of the Holy Disarmament Corps. If this position was placed in other forces, it would be equivalent to the top guest protector or elder with real power. His status in the whole European continent was extremely high. The people who could sit in this position were at least the top half-step invincible realm experts. In the most glorious period of the Holy Land, there were even examples of invincible realm experts serving as the number 2 adjudicator. The sin in front of him was the chief butler of the Dark Knights. Before the Dark Queen joined the Dark Knights, his status could be said to be second only to the commander of the Dark Knights, Raphael. His codename was Sin, but he had a lot of nicknames in Europe, such as Adjudicator Hand, Dark Gospel, and Shadow Assassin. In the eyes of the Holy Land, the Dark Knights had always been an alien that they wanted to get rid of. In the eyes of the Holy Land, their high-level code names always carried a strong sense of heresy, such as sin, pride, desire, fury, sloth. If one wanted to trace back to the source, the original purpose of the Dark Knights was to fight against the Holy Land a long time ago. Therefore, they used whatever the Holy Land didn't like, always provoking the bottom line of the Holy Land. Therefore, in the vast Europe, compared with the Shadow Throne and Rothschild, who could more threaten the status of the Holy Land, the friction between the Holy Land and the Dark Knights was the most. Number 2 and Sin had dealt with each other more than once. The name Little Fool was a nickname given to him by Sin at random after he lost him. Adjudicator Hand, Dark Gospel, Shadow Assassin. Sin had a lot of nicknames, and he was awe-inspiring. And as the number 2 adjudicator of the Holy Disarmament Corps, he also had his own nickname, Little Fool. Number 2 gritted his teeth, and a cold voice squeezed out his teeth word by word. Blasphemy against the Holy Land. Endless lightning swelled wildly on his body, one after another. The blue light shone wildly in the air, getting brighter and brighter. Damn it! Whoosh! A violent sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Number 2's body suddenly rose into the air, and he punched Sin's face hard. The lightning all over the sky condensed in an instant. Number 2's body rushed over a distance of tens of meters in the blink of an eye. All the lightning condensed on his body. The thunder rain suddenly disappeared. Number 2, whose whole body was covered with lightning, seemed to have become the only light source in the night. With a mocking face, Sin stood motionless in the air. Number 2, be careful. A roar suddenly sounded from the back of the Holy Palace. At the moment when the lightning condensed, the lightning all over the sky converged, and the world changed from bright to dark. Light and darkness intertwined. When everyone's eyes were a little dazed, a thin figure appeared in front of Number 2 like a ghost. There was only Sin in Number 2's eyes. In the past 10 years, in the constant friction between the Holy Land and the Dark Knights, he had fought with Sin 3 times, lost twice, and suffered a crushing defeat once. Number 2's resentment toward Sin had reached the point of overflowing. Sin could be said to be one of the strongest superiors of the half-step invincible realm in Europe. Although his state had declined as he grew older, he was still a European. The top of the half-step invincible realm. Under normal circumstances, Number 2 would still be no match for him. But this was a Holy Land. This was his home ground. He had accepted the Pope's coronation. In this state, his combat capability was enough to match the combat capability of the invincible realm. Number 2 was a little angry, but also a little excited. This might be his only chance to kill this old bastard. The lightning between heaven and earth converged into his body. Number 2's body suddenly shook. The space within 100 meters nearby suddenly twisted and was about to form a pseudo-domain. An incomparably bright light burst out from Number 2. At this second, someone behind him warned, and the thin, ghost-like figure appeared beside him at the moment when his pseudo-domain was about to take shape. The cold light flashed away. The world suddenly turned upside down. In an instant, Number 2 felt that the world was his body. His body flew in all directions, and it seemed that he was everywhere. Number 2 had never experienced this feeling. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to get the Pope's spiritual coronation. Was this the feeling of the combat capability of the invincible realm? He was in a trance, and his sight suddenly became dark. Number 2, a hoarse and furious roar could be faintly heard from behind. The light in the air that was about to rush in front of Sin instantly dimmed and disappeared. A large amount of blood mist splashed directly in front of Sin. The thin figure flashed away, and the extremely sharp cold light seemed to be poured into Number Two's body in an instant. Silently, Number Two's body was broken into countless pieces of flesh and blood in an instant. His torso, limbs, and head were completely decomposed and scattered in all directions. The thin figure disappeared. Sin stood quietly in the air. Number Two's body fell to the ground. There was a sudden dead silence in front of the Holy Palace. Sin narrowed his eyes and quietly looked at the Holy Palace in front of him. On the street behind him, the sound of vehicle wreckage constantly exploded. One figure after another was gathering together and sprinting toward the Holy Palace. The Holy Palace did not have any extreme reaction. Sin chuckled. Duke. A hoarse voice sounded from inside the Holy Palace. Another high-level officer of the Holy Disarmament Corps appeared in front of the Holy Palace. He looked at the thin figure beside Sin with solemn eyes. Duke smiled and seemed to be a little happy. After leaving the Dark World for more than 2 years, it felt good that someone would remember his name. Samsara Palace. Duke, Europe's top assassin. Among the 12 supermasters of the Samsara Palace, if Flaming Fire was not included, Duke's ranking was second only to Saint and Military Counselor. In terms of combat capability, Duke, who was in the half-step invincible realm, was no worse than Military Counselor. When Saint and Military Counselor rarely took action, Duke in general represented the top combat capability of the Samsara Palace in foreign affairs most of the time. Chaotic footsteps sounded from inside the Holy Palace. Countless soldiers of the Holy Disarmament Corps were gathering and rushing to the gate of the Holy Palace. The high-level officer of the Holy Disarmament Corps who recognized Duke looked away from Duke and looked at the street ahead. The crowd was showing more and more obvious signs of decline in the night. The crowd was not large, about 100 people, but a considerable number of them were acquaintances. Even if most of them could not be named, they all looked very familiar. They were all high-level combat capability of the Dark Knights. In the past countless conflicts between the Sanctuary and the Knights, these people were old friends who had dealt with the Sanctuary more than once. His eyes fell on the front of the crowd. The tall and burly figure at the front of the crowd slowly moved forward. His face was expressionless, but a pair of eyes full of brutality and coldness, like those of a beast, were fixed on him. He stopped breathing and subconsciously took half a step back. Samsara Palace, General, another top expert in the half-step invincible realm. The Samsara Palace had been destroyed for more than 2 years. But at a very critical point in time that no one expected, the 2 supermasters, who had represented the top combat capability of the Samsara Palace most of the time, appeared in front of the Holy Palace with the Dark Knights. Duke, General, and Sin. The 3 top experts in the half-step invincible realm. The 3 of them together were enough to entangle an ordinary invincible realm expert. And now the Sanctuary. He lowered his head, and his heart was full of bitterness. In the current Sanctuary and the current Holy Disarmament Corps, there was not even a top expert in the half-step invincible realm, let alone the invincible realm expert. The crowd of the Dark Knights was approaching the Holy Palace step by step. A large number of experts exerted their strength at the same time, and the entire street of the Sanctuary was shaking slightly. More and more people of the Holy Disarmament Corps gathered in front of the Holy Palace, but from beginning to end, no one took the initiative to attack. Sin watched this scene quietly. He laughed a little cruelly. It seems that the intelligence is right. His voice swept through the Holy Palace with the night wind. The famous Holy Land is really just a bunch of kittens and puppies now. Did all your elites really get sent to East Island? The intelligence of the Samsara Palace is never wrong. Duke muttered with some dissatisfaction. The high-level officials of the Holy Disarmament Corps at the front of the Holy Palace clenched their fists subconsciously. The Sanctuary had been in a state of extreme emptiness for more than 2 years. In the chaos of Snow Country, the Sanctuary lost not only Arsis and Moraid, who took away the Knights Templar, but also thousands of the most elite and powerful Holy Disarmament warriors. In Mormons, Thousands of people in the Arsis tribe trembled in despair under the dark shadow. The tribe was robbed and slaughtered, and the strength of the entire Holy Disarmament Corps declined seriously. In more than 2 years, although the Holy Disarmament Corps had recovered some of its strength, more than half of the experts were transferred by the Pope to Moraid. Among the experts who went to East Island, there was an invincible realm expert trained by the Holy Land 2 months ago and the #1 adjudicator of the Holy Disarmament Corps. The Pope crowned the two of them, which could temporarily help the invincible realm experts stabilize their realm, and at the same time give adjudicator #1 the combat capability of the invincible realm. At the headquarters of the sanctuary, the Pope crowned adjudicator #2 again, giving him the combat capability of the invincible realm temporarily. The consecutive crowns made the Pope feel tired. The comprehensive strength of the sanctuary was at its lowest tonight. Relying on adjudicator #2, several thunder-shocking realm experts, and the power of the Judgment Corps, they could only defend the sanctuary and could not do anything to the outside world. Under such circumstances, they were ambushed by the Dark Knights. What was worse was that adjudicator #2 was killed in a second Underduke sneak attack. The strength of the entire Holy Disarmament Corps dropped again. On the chaotic night, Sin stood in the air and raised his palm with a smile. The experts of the Dark Knights on the street began to speed up. After tonight, his voice echoed slowly between heaven and earth. The entire sanctuary will become history. Knights! The dazzling lightning lit up on the old man, getting brighter and brighter. Charge! Chapter 990. Gerosis was a small border city in the northern part of the European continent. Although it was a border city, its security was good and its development was relatively good. In the past countless years, the Dark Knights had established a strict order here and formed a law enforcement team with the local police department. It was no exaggeration to say that even in the entire European continent, Gerosis' security was among the best. This was the city that the Dark Knights had the deepest influence on, because less than 80 kilometers away from this city was the headquarters of the Dark Knights, which straddled the border between the two countries. Most of the time, any movement in Gerosis was under the eyes of the Dark Knights. At this moment, it had become the temporary station of the joint forces. A week ago, led by the forces of the Sanctuary, Knights Templars, the Jiang family of South America, Jifeng Sword Raining School, Wuji Palace, the forces of Snow Country, led by Wang Xiaoyao, and a large number of other forces in the Dark World who chose to stand with the Sanctuary entered Gerosis with great force. They booked the most luxurious Carlson Hotel in Gerosis. In a week, the people of the joint forces brazenly swaggered through the streets of Gerosis and mocked the Dark Knights under the eyes of the Dark Knights. This was no longer a provocation. It was almost a declaration of war. The friction between the joint forces and the Dark Knights had almost never stopped in the past 6 months. They entered Nusen, the headquarters of the Dark Knights, in a high-profile manner. They advanced from city to city. Where there was an attack, there was resistance. In half a year, the war between the Dark Knights and the joint forces had spread all over Nusen. The living space of the Dark Knights was getting smaller and smaller, and the joint forces were constantly approaching the core area of the Dark Knights. Finally, a week ago, they officially arrived in Gerosis. The headquarters of the Dark Knights was close at hand. It could even be said to be the headquarters of the Dark Knights. They were really fighting all the way to their own gate. Today, the number of people of the joint forces in Gerosis had exceeded 1,200. It was a joint force of nearly 20 forces. In the Carlson Hotel, except for the waiters, everyone who appeared in the hotel could be regarded as an elite force in the Dark World. The joint forces had been here for a whole week. The Dark Knights remained silent about this. The seemingly aggressive joint forces also stopped here and did not choose to attack the headquarters of the Dark Knights. Both sides maintained restraint at an extremely close distance, not interfering with each other's business. As far as the Dark Knights were concerned, the strength they had lost in the chaos of Snow Country was not something that could be recovered in 2 years. Although the Allied forces could break through Nuaw Forest, It was impossible for them to directly occupy Newall Forest. As long as the Dark Knights could stabilize the situation, there was no need for them to risk their lives against them. Some debts could be settled slowly in the future. As for the joint forces, there was no need for them to risk their lives to fight against the Dark Knights. Even if the Dark Queen was injured, she was still an expert close to the peak of the invincible realm. If she was injured, no one in the whole European continent could stop her if she was forced into a corner. The situation in the European continent was as stable as a pool of stagnant water. Without an absolutely good opportunity, even if the foreign forces could gain a foothold, their development would not be too good. This was never the battlefield of the real final battle. They came here to hold the Dark Queen back and prevent her from participating in the most critical final battle in Beihai. This was tantamount to depriving the enemy of a helper close to the peak of the invincible realm. Today's situation was very good. Thousands of experts and elites entered Gerosis at the same time. Such a force was not something that the empty Dark Knights could easily provoke. And they were right under the enemy's nose, which was enough to bring great pressure to the Dark Knights. At the same time, they could let the enemy see what they were doing and not do anything desperate. The two sides were in a stalemate like this. After the final battle in Beihai, if the Dark Queen did not show up, they would naturally retreat quickly. The whole of Newall Forest would still be the world of the Dark Knights. The two sides seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. So the first half of the night, which was most likely to have a conflict, was about to pass. Inside the Carlson Hotel, it was almost late at night, but the conference room on the top floor of the hotel was still brightly lit. Cigarette smoke wafted in the conference room. The conference room was full of people. The troops formed by more than 20 forces were in the Carlson Hotel. At this moment, the person in charge of each force was participating in this meeting. I like the Dark Knights who are so tactful. Look at how well-behaved they are now. A strong black man with a lot of tattoos on his face was holding a cigar with his thick fingers and smiling playfully. So what if they don't know what's good for them? In a cold voice, an Asian man's eyes were gloomy. We are only dozens of kilometers away from the headquarters of the Dark Knights. The Dark Queen is injured, so she won't waste her energy to fight us head-on. It's meaningless. If she dares to leave the Dark Knights to support Beihai, we will destroy the headquarters of the Dark Knights as soon as she leaves. It's just a distance of dozens of kilometers. She won't be able to fly back even if she wants to. You don't seem very satisfied with this result. A petite woman leaning lazily on the chair laughed. Li Si, do you want to avenge Milos? Li Si glanced at her coldly. When he saw who she was, his eyes softened a little. This East Island woman, named Kurai Hongye, came from Wuji Palace. When East Island put almost all its energy on Beihai, only less than 100 warriors from East Island and Jifeng's sword training school came to Europe. There were only 2 thunder-shocking realm experts, and Kurai Hongye was one of them. Li Si was naturally not afraid of her, but the problem was that she was still in his bed last night. She was just an ordinary thunder-shocking realm expert under the bed, while Kurai Hongye in bed was comparable to an expert at the peak of the invincible realm in some fields. Li Si was served so comfortably that he almost ascended to heaven, and he was still savoring it. In the face of such a woman, no matter how indifferent he was, he couldn't give her a hard time. Seeming to notice Li Si's softened eyes, Kurai Hongye chuckled. Her eyes moved, revealing a touch of seduction and charm that was not concealed at all. Li Si swallowed, shook his head slowly, and said blandly, I just have some regrets. Although I know the possibility is not high, I have always been looking forward to executing an invincible realm expert. Li Si, the second executioner of the Jiang family of South America, an expert a half-step to the invincible realm, was also one of the strongest experts in the joint forces in Europe at this time. The executioners of the Jiang family of South America represented their high-end power. There were not many of them, similar to the 12 supermasters of Samsara Palace. The chief executioner, Milos, whose strength was comparable to that of an invincible realm expert, was besieged and killed by the assassin organization some time ago. The assassins then turned to the Dark Knights. As the second executioner, Li Si had long been suppressing his anger. He really hoped that the Dark Knights could do something tonight. As long as he performed well in this battle, he was very likely to be promoted to the chief executioner. From the second executioner to the chief seemed to be just a title, but it meant that he could be promoted by half a level in the Jiang family of South America. Countless glory, splendor, and wealth were included in this half a level of authority. Li Si subconsciously glanced at an old man sitting in the main seat. The old man closed his eyes and rested, motionless. But Li Si was very clear that among all the people present, the old man and he were also people who hoped that the Dark Knights could do something. The other party came from the tribunal of the sanctuary and was the number 2 arbitrator of the tribunal. From a standpoint of the sanctuary, the other party naturally hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to completely destroy the Dark Knights tonight. Time passed slowly in the conference room. The night grew darker. The Dark Knights were still quiet. The hearts of the people present gradually became relaxed. Their task here was to use the headquarters of the Dark Knights to contain flaming fire. The final battle in Beihai had begun. If there was a battle, it would probably happen tonight. Until now, the Dark Knights had not moved. Obviously, the other party seemed to have chosen to give up. A sigh of regret suddenly sounded. The number 2 arbitrator of the sanctuary, who had been sitting in the main seat with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and chuckled. Everyone was looking at him. As the strongest person in the northern European continent of the joint forces, the arbitrator had absolute authority in the conference room. It seems that tonight His voice rang and was quickly interrupted by the phone ringing. In the middle of the conference table, a tall man from Snow Country frowned and took out his mobile phone to look at the number. His face changed. He apologized and directly picked up the phone. The person on the other end of the phone said something quickly. The man from Snow Country suddenly looked extremely gloomy. Not only him, but the faces of several people sitting near him also changed. General Tarkov, what happened? The arbitrator narrowed his eyes and asked slowly. Tarkov, who looked extremely gloomy, put down his mobile phone, glanced at the arbitrator, and moved the corner of his mouth. His voice was a little hoarse. Everyone, there's a problem with our surveillance system. It turns out that the Dark Queen has now left the headquarters of the Dark Knights and is on her way to Beihai. The first news that came back was that the Dark Queen has taken off in the airport of the Arctic Ocean Corps in Wulan State. The conference room suddenly fell silent for a moment. The next moment, there was an uproar. How is it possible? What are you talking about? How dare she leave the Dark Knights? Does she no longer care about the life and death of the Dark Knights? In the chaotic voices, the arbitrator snorted coldly. Silence. There was a slight pause in the conference room. The arbitrator stood up and looked at Tarkov, who was still holding the phone. The Dark Queen appeared in Wulan State? Are you sure? It's the military airport of the Arctic Ocean Corps. She took off 15 minutes ago. The military of Snow Country has received the news. I can be sure. Tarkov nodded. Can you stop her? Or shoot down the plane? The arbitrator asked subconsciously. The conference room became even quieter. Tarkov looked at the arbitrator as if he were a madman and said nothing. Stop her? Even if he could stop her, so what? The Dark Queen was an expert who was close to the peak of the invincible realm. He could stop her, but could he? As for shooting down the plane, it was even more nonsense. The Dark Queen took the military plane of the Arctic Ocean Corps. If it was shot down by Snow Country, flaming fire would die. It was tantamount to Snow Country slapping Zhongzhou State in the face. Even if Wang Xiaoyao completely ruled Snow Country, he would not dare to do such a crazy thing. The arbitrator seemed to know that his question was inappropriate, so he was silent for a long time. In the solemn atmosphere, he suddenly smiled and said in a self-deprecating manner, "It seems that the Dark Knights don't take us seriously." Li Si stood up with a cold expression. "Everyone, our task is to restrain the Dark Queen here, but now she has secretly left the headquarters of the Dark Knights. That is to say, our task has failed. I don't want to accept any form of failure. Anyone who makes me fail will pay a heavy price, a price that she doesn't want to think about." So, the arbitrator remained calm. "Attack the headquarters of the Dark Knights," Li Si said with a grim smile. Kill all the people of the Dark Knights and destroy all their buildings. The Dark Queen still remembers that she chose to help Li Tianlan in the Samsara Palace. Then we will directly destroy her Dark Knights. It's useless for her to regret it. We still have to be cautious. An expert of the thunder-shocking realm from a second-class force in the Dark World said hesitantly, "If the Dark Queen dares to leave the headquarters of the Dark Knights, then there must be a trap in the headquarters." "Maybe, of course there is a trap," Li Si interrupted him coldly. "But there is an undeniable fact that the strength of the Dark Knights is not at its peak. We have swept through the whole of moving forest, but the strength of the Dark Knights is hiding like a dog. Without the Dark Queen, the strength of the headquarters of the Dark Knights is even more vulnerable. There must be a trap there, but I don't think the so-called trap can put us in danger. The strength of the opponent is obvious. We may encounter trouble, but tonight, the Dark Knights will definitely become history." He glanced at the arbitrator. "What do you think?" The arbitrator was silent for a few seconds and said calmly, "It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is that we failed to restrain the Dark Queen. Now the headquarters of the Dark Knights is in front of us. Everyone, are we really going to do nothing?" The corner of his mouth twitched. The sanctuary can't afford to lose face like this. "In that case, let's go now and finish the battle as soon as possible." In the conference room, another expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm stood up and said, "Finish the battle as soon as possible. If everything goes well, after we destroy the Dark Knights, we will probably have time to go to Beihai. To be honest, compared with here, Beihai is the real feast. If we can't miss it, I don't think anyone will, right?" The arbitrator smiled, nodded, and said, "Okay." Then the phone rang again. This time, it was from the arbitrator's cell phone. The arbitrator frowned and looked at his watch subconsciously. It was 12:00 midnight in the European continent. It seemed that from this moment on, the originally calm situation suddenly became a little different. He took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and answered, "Hello." In the next second, his expression suddenly changed. Bang! A dark blue electric arc exploded from his body without warning. A strong wind blew in the conference room, and the solid wood conference table was completely shattered by the spread of the electric arc. The arbitrator held the phone tightly, and his face suddenly showed a crazy, killing intent. "The sanctuary is under attack." Word by word, he repeated the news he had just heard. Everyone's face changed dramatically. "Who is it?" the arbitrator asked, gritting his teeth. There was an extremely chaotic sound on the other side of the phone. Fighting and explosions kept ringing out, and it was noisy. A sharp voice came from the other end of the phone, and it was hysterical. "It's the Dark Knights. Among them are the Duke and General of the Samsara Palace. They broke into the Holy Palace, and number 2 was killed. We need support, support." His sharp voice almost rang through the whole conference room through the phone. Everyone heard his voice. A call for help. The corner of the arbitrator's mouth twitched. A call for help. Their current position was at the border between Norway and Navia. If they asked for help, it meant that even if they set off immediately, they would have to leave Norway, pass through Northland, pass through Germany, and finally pass through the headquarters of the Lin clan before returning to Italos. This was the shortest straight-line distance. Even if they could make it in time, this road was not easy to travel. Norden was easy to handle, but there were several main forces of the Shadow Throne in Germany, and they could all be regarded as allies of the Wang family of Beihai. These forces might not be able to spare too much strength to support Beihai, but at this critical point, if their joint forces appeared in Germany, it was not a problem for the other party to stop them. The most important thing was that after passing through Germany, they had to pass through a country to reach Italos. That country was the territory of the Lin clan. Lin Fengding was in South America at this time. His attitude was clear. It was not hard to imagine what would happen to their joint forces once they entered the territory of the Lin clan. Did they really think that the Lin clan had no temper at all? The arbiter's breathing was trembling due to extreme anger. He could not explain the distance. Norway was indeed far away from Italos, but relatively speaking, they were the closest force to the sanctuary at this time. "Protect His Majesty," the arbitrator said in a deep voice, I will hurry to support you. Crack. The phone was crushed in his hand. The arbitrator's face became extremely gloomy. Are you going to withdraw? Li Si raised his eyebrows and asked directly. Withdraw. The arbitrator suddenly turned around and looked at Li Si. How can we withdraw? Now that we are here, it will be too late for us to go back. Li Si's eyes lit up and he became excited. So? The arbitrator's eyes seemed to be burning with raging fire. With a resolute expression, he said word by word, kill them, destroy the headquarters of the Dark Knights, and then we will rush back to the sanctuary. We have received definite news that it was the Dark Knights who attacked the sanctuary, which means that their only strength has appeared in the sanctuary, and the headquarters of the Dark Knights has no strength left. Recently, we have been monitoring the movements of the headquarters of the Dark Knights. Dark Queen can sneak out, Sin can sneak out, but not everything can be quietly transferred. There are a lot of their technology and top-secret intelligence information in the headquarters of the Dark Knights. We will destroy the headquarters of the Dark Knights, collect everything that can be collected, and then immediately return to support. Li Si's eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally, the smile spread to his whole face. I like your decision, he said softly. The arbitrator didn't waste any time and said, let's go. On the phone, he could feel the fierce attack that the sanctuary was suffering, but he couldn't imagine the specific scene. In fact, no matter what the scene was, it was meaningless to him. He couldn't rush back in a short time, and it was even more impossible for him to let the Dark Knights go. The Dark Knights were robbing the house. He could only choose to change houses with them. He wasn't sure if the defenseless sanctuary could hold on, but at least he was sure that His Majesty would be fine. As long as His Majesty was fine, the sanctuary would still be the sanctuary after the battle. The emergency gathering signal spread quickly in the hotel. In a short time, the elites of all the forces in the entire hotel started to move. In front of the hotel, one after another, ordinary-looking luxury buses lined up and drove over. It was silent near the Carlson Hotel. Everyone received the order. Without any nonsense, more than 1,000 people got on the bus one by one. The bus started in the middle of the night and rushed at full speed to the headquarters of the Dark Knights. The arbitrator sat in the bus at the front with a cold and solemn expression. Let's finish the battle quickly. When we arrive at the destination, you and I will go first, and the others will cooperate with us. The Dark Knights can sneak attack the sanctuary, so their headquarters can't be too powerful. We will try to finish the battle in half an hour, and then leave some people to clean up the battlefield. We will come back as soon as possible. The arbitrator nodded expressionlessly, but he felt a little bitter in his heart. The task of destroying the headquarters of the Dark Knights was not difficult for him. It was not a problem to finish the battle in half an hour, but the problem was how to go back after the battle. The position of Germany could be put aside. The key was the Lin clan between Germania and Italy. That was the most important thing. The Dark Queen could cross snow country in the plain of the Arctic Ocean Legion. No one dared to stop her, let alone shoot her down. But if their plane dared to cross the sky of the Lin clan had never spoiled anyone. They would do whatever they wanted without hesitation. He took a deep breath, looked at the night outside the window, and didn't speak for a long time. It was quiet in the bus. The bus rushed forward at full speed, rushed out of the city, and rushed onto the road, from faster and faster to slower. What's going on? Feeling the change in the speed of the bus, the arbitrator frowned slightly. The road ahead has been destroyed. The driver stopped the bus and looked at the road ahead. His voice was a little awkward. The arbitrator stood up and looked ahead, his face getting colder and colder. The road ahead was relatively narrow, and the smooth road had been destroyed. Even the most luxurious off-road vehicle couldn't drive through, let alone the bus. The arbitrator gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "How far is it?" 30, no, 27 kilometers. The driver stammered. This distance was really a little subtle. All the people present were masters. This distance was not a problem for them. But if they were to march quickly, they would also consume some of their physical strength. The arbitrator's eyes were scarlet. He gritted his teeth, picked up the walkie-talkie next to him, and said coldly, "Get off the bus. Let's rush over." Kill all the Dark Knights and rush with me." Under the night sky, the road lit up one after another. Blue electric arcs and blazing flames shone with each other. Thousands of elites of the United Forces rushed through the completely destroyed road. Endless light kept flashing, getting farther and farther away. Without any pause, the arbitrator, who was filled with anger, took the lead and rushed to a place less than 5 kilometers away from the Dark Knight's headquarters. The crowd began to slow down. The arbitrator adjusted his breathing, looked at his watch, and said in a deep voice, "Rest for 10 minutes and get ready for battle." 10 minutes passed in silence. The crowd of the United Forces reunited again. The ground kept shaking. Vaguely, the outline of the huge building of the Dark Knight's headquarters appeared in everyone's sight. The arbitrator stared at the magnificent gate of the Dark Knight's headquarters, which was nearly 20 meters tall. His eyes were extremely cruel. Creak! Amidst the roaring footsteps, a strange sound suddenly sounded. The magnificent gate in the distance seemed to move. The arbitrator opened his eyes wide subconsciously. Creak! The sound from afar came again, and it was extremely clear. The huge gate of the Dark Knight's headquarters moved slowly and opened bit by bit. Stop! The arbitrator suddenly stopped and stared in the direction of the gate. For some reason, he instinctively sensed that something was wrong, and he became a little uneasy. Creak! The sound of metal rubbing became clearer and clearer. The gate opened wider and wider. The sound of neat and uniform footsteps came from the direction of the Dark Knight's headquarters. It seemed that countless people were slowly moving forward in the same rhythm. A row of figures appeared in the gradually opened gate. 10 people in a row. Countless figures formed an incomparably neat formation and walked out of the Dark Knight's headquarters row after row. Silent, determined, iron-blooded, determined. More and more people walked out of the gate, and in the blink of an eye, there were more than 50 rows. Then, there were 100 rows. The number of people was still increasing, and people kept walking out as if there was no end. The arbitrator's body stiffened, and he looked at the scene with a dull face. The people at the back walked out. The people at the front were advancing. 200 rows, 300 rows, 500 rows. Everyone in the United Forces was stunned. 500 rows. A total of 5,000 people. How could there be so many people in the Dark Knight's headquarters? No, each of these soldiers had an oriental face and were yellow-skinned. The arbitrator's breath stopped. Soldiers of Zhongzhou State? Soldiers? For a moment, the arbitrator's hair all over his body stood on end. He finally knew the source of his uneasiness. The more than 1,000 people of the United Forces were all real elites and experts. On the battlefield, each of them could fight against at least 10 enemies. In a normal state, 5,000 people would not be taken seriously by him. But the 5,000 people in front of him, neat and uniform footsteps, the same rhythm, the same mentality, the same fighting spirit, and the same confidence. The 5,000 soldiers in front of him gave him the feeling that they were exactly the same person. This was a disciplined army of 5,000 people. The arbitrator had only felt such momentum in the Holy Disarmament Corps at its peak. And it was not the entire Holy Disarmament Corps, but a small part of the top Holy Disarmament Corps that had such momentum. There was no doubt that the 5,000 soldiers in front of him could be said to be the top elites, even in all countries in the world. Even in Zhongzhou State, there were very few such troops. But now, these 5,000 people had appeared here. The arbitrator had a vague guess in his heart. This kind of terrible army was invincible on the battlefield. There was one near Nusan. The so-called near referred to the distance between Nusan and Zhongzhou State. This army was nearby. The Queen of Darkness went to Beihai from Wulan State. That was Wulan State. Wasn't that army in Wulan State? Ew. The arbitrator's voice was hoarse. His heart suddenly became extremely cold. He never dreamed that the Dark Knights would play like this. The 5,000 elites stopped less than 300 meters away from the Allied forces. Someone moved forward slowly. He seemed to be the strongest of the elites. He did not answer the arbitrator's words, but opened his hands at the front of the crowd. A piece of blue lightning became brighter and brighter in his hands. Judging from his aura, he was only at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. That seemed to be the opponent's limit. But in the constantly shining lightning, the aura of thousands of people behind him suddenly burned wildly with an extremely violent momentum at the same time with the lightning in his hands. The Oriental figure, who was not very tall, stared at the arbitrator and roared out a military order that made everyone in the United Forces tremble with fear. This seemed to represent the most powerful force on the world battlefield. Invincible and invincible. Snowdance Corps March. America, Drenvia. The huge and somewhat incredible private manor was decorated into a private garden full of Oriental flavor. There were small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, terraces, and towers. It can almost be said that there was a scenery with every step, and it was beautiful. Even though it was nighttime in America, the weather wasn't that cool. However, Lin Fengding still liked to stay in the gazebo. Flowing water flowed quietly under his feet. The clear water was covered with beautiful stones of various colors. Through a few tropical plants, Lin Fengding looked at the few rare tropical fish swimming lazily in the water with some fondness. It's really beautiful. Lin Fengding didn't know how many times he had praised the fish. His eyes were filled with joy. He looked at the fish in the water and smiled regretfully. "Do you want to take these with you?" Sitting opposite Lin Fengding was a middle-aged man with an elegant and gentle temperament. He looked older than Lin Fengding and a little weathered, but he was full of energy. His every move had the unique charm of a mature uncle. Lin Bujing, the patriarch of the largest branch of the Lin clan in South America. Since his branch left the headquarters many years ago to develop in the Lin clan, Lin Bujing had been the patriarch of the sixth generation. In nearly 200 years of development, the branch of the Lin clan in South America had almost never gone downhill. Now, in dozens of countries in America, Lin Bujing might not be one of the few people who stood at the top of the power, but he could be said to be a real power figure infinitely close to the top. Unlike the Lin clan in Europe, which took the high-end route, Lin Bujing's industry could be regarded as the most among all the branches of the Lin clan. He was involved in all kinds of things, and he was also stained with some gray aura. If this time he had not faced the direct attack of a deep-rooted superpower like the Jiang family of South America, he would not have needed to ask Lin Fengding for help with his foundation in America. Forget it. Lin Fengding looked at the fish in the water and shook his head with a chuckle. "I'm not at home often, so I can't see them more than a few times. Besides, the environment of the headquarters is different from here. No matter how much they are modified, it's hard to keep them alive. The few fish you gave me last time died in less than half a year. I feel sorry for them." Lin Bujing smiled and threw a cigar to Lin Fengding. His action was relatively casual. "Where do you plan to go after solving things here?" Lin Fengding took the cigar and slowly cut it open, lit it, took a deep breath, and then said with a smile, "In fact, there is no place to go. After so many years, there are obviously some places that I haven't been to, but I always feel that I have been to them all. I'm old, and my ability to accept new things is getting worse and worse. Now I'd rather go to some places where I have left good memories than places that I haven't been to." He sucked on the cigar and said softly, "When things here are over, go to Zhongzhou State or stay in Tian'an for a while. Xinyuan City is very beautiful. If you have time, I recommend you to have a look." "Okay, I've heard a lot about the new emperor in the Dark World. Call me when you go there. Let's go together." Lin Bujing laughed. "Well, you have a lot of industries and are very rich. Xinyuan City and Emperor Dong's Palace have just developed, and you have a lot of places to cooperate." "Just right. Not you, wait a minute." Lin Bujing looked at Lin Fengding with a strange expression. "Did you misunderstand something? Or do you think too highly of me? Emperor Dong's Palace. Why do you say that it's a new force that has just risen without any foundation? In everyone's eyes, the Flourishing Age Fund is a big deal. If I can cooperate with such a behemoth, even if there are benefits, it should be me who benefits." Lin Fengding was in a trance and didn't speak for a long time. Of course, he knew that the Flourishing Age Fund had merged with Emperor Dong's Palace. But in his heart, he couldn't confuse the flourishing age fund with Emperor Dong's palace. Perhaps only a real outsider could clearly see how terrifying Emperor Dong's palace was now. Lin Fengting laughed at himself and said softly, "That's true. The news has come." Lin Fengting chuckled and said, "His Majesty East Emperor defeated Jiang Shangyu." It turned out to be Jiang Shangyu. Tut! The dark world is really full of talents. The new generation excels the old. Can you still sit on your position as the top expert in the dark world? Bullsh asterisk T, top expert. Lin Fengting scolded with a smile. In the smoke, he shook his head and said, "I should be no match for Tianlan now. I'm not afraid of Jiang Shangyu." "Really?" Lin Bujing asked subconsciously. "Well, I saw the video. Jiang Shangyu's means are a little strange, but his attack power is not strong at this level. There's nothing to worry about," Lin Fengting said lightly. Lin Bujing took a serious look at him and nodded slightly. His heart also calmed down. The reason why the Jiang family of South America attacked him was very simple. They wanted to keep Lin Fengting firmly in America during the final battle in Beihai. Jiang Guochu must have Jiang Shangyu's will behind it. Lin Fengting's words did make him feel a lot more at ease. It was clear that the two did not intend to sleep tonight. They chatted casually, and time passed slowly as they chatted. Among the various branches of the Lin clan all over the world, the number of times the Lin clan in America asked for help from the headquarters was the fewest, except for the European branch. The annual dividends given to the headquarters were also the most, except for the European branch. Their relationship with Lin Fengting was also the best, except for the European branch. The two chatted casually and waited for news from all over the dark world. They did not feel bored. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night in Drenbia time. Lin Bujing's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up the cell phone and looked at the message on it. He was silent for a long time without speaking. "What's wrong?" Lin Fengting was a little curious. "It's the news from the Dark Knights." Lin Bujing took a deep breath and handed the cell phone to Lin Fengting. 5,000 soldiers of the Snowdance Corps parachuted into the headquarters of the Dark Knights. In the second hour and 40 minutes, nearly 1,200 experts from the joint forces in Northern Europe raided the Dark Knights. The two sides met head-on. The corner of Lin Fengting's mouth twitched. The predecessor of the Snowdance Corps was the Thunderbolt Battalion of the Border Control Corps of Zhengzhou State. It was the Thunderbolt Battalion that directly belonged to Dongsheng Wudi, the god of massacre. In Zhengzhou State, the Border Control Corps was the most elite force in Zhengzhou State. It had the most terrifying combat capability, the most combat experience, and the strongest battlefield consciousness. And the Thunderbolt Battalion was the strongest force in the Border Control Corps, second to none. Even in the whole world, the Thunderbolt Battalion could be said to be the strongest. The 5,000 Snowdance Corps was equivalent to 5,000 former Thunderbolt Battalion fighting against the joint forces. The 1,200 people of the Snowdance Corps. Even a fool could imagine what the result would be. Lin Bujing's voice was low, with a touch of palpitation and trembling. In 25 minutes, 1,200 people from the joint forces were annihilated, including the Holy Zone No. 2 of the half-step invincible realm and the secondary executioner of the Jiang family, 2 experts of the half-step invincible realm. No one could escape. After this battle, the joint forces in Northern Europe were almost wiped out. How about the Holy Zone? Lin Fengting was not surprised by the result and asked calmly. If 50 Thunderbolt Battalion fought against the same number of elites of the Dark World, the result might be unpredictable. But if the number was increased again, 500 Thunderbolt Battalion would fight against 500 elites of the Dark World, and the situation would be completely different. When this number was increased by 10 times, 5,000 versus 5,000, the 5,000 Thunderbolt troops were enough to easily crush everything. If the 5,000 Snowdance Corps that appeared in the headquarters of the Dark Knights went completely crazy and didn't care about casualties, not to mention the few people of the joint forces, they could fight against everything under the peak of the invincible realm. The enemy's army was annihilated in 25 minutes. This should be the result of them trying to reduce casualties. The holy zone. Lin Bujing took the phone, glanced at it, and shook his head. There's no news yet. It should be a stalemate. After all, it's the holy zone. Lin Fengting nodded. His eyes seemed to pass through the night sky and look in the direction of Beihai. The final battle in Beihai, he muttered to himself and shook his head slightly. How is this the final battle in Beihai? It's a big reshuffle in the dark world. The pattern of the whole dark world is going to be different. Time makes the hero. For His Majesty Dong Wang, tonight may be the best opportunity. The new dynasty is right in front of us. Lin Fengting pondered and didn't speak. The sound of hurried footsteps came from afar and got closer and closer. A housekeeper in his 50s trotted into the pavilion. Patriarch, Mr. Lin. What's the matter? Lin Bujing's eyes flashed. There are 2 guests outside the door. They said they wanted to meet you and Mr. Lin. The housekeeper's voice was extremely solemn. What guests? Lin Fengting was a little confused. He hadn't been in America for a long time, but there had been waves of guests who wanted to see him. Everyone wanted to have a relationship with the headquarters of the Lin clan, because once they succeeded, it meant that they had a relationship with the countless branches of the Lin clan all over the world. Therefore, in the past few days, no matter what their relationship with Lin Bujing was, many big shots in America came here to visit, but Lin Fengting didn't see any of them. The housekeeper clearly knew his rules, but he still came to report at this time. Was the identity of the people who came this time extraordinary? It's His Excellency Fredel and His Excellency Sekiro, the housekeeper said softly. Lin Fengting was stunned, and his eyes were thoughtful. The names are a little familiar. It's not as simple as a little familiar. Lin Bujing's eyes flickered slightly. Fredel is the current leader of the Men in Black, and Sekiro currently controls most of the power of the Heroes Club. These 2 people are very important in the dark world of America. Lin Fengting narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Bujing meaningfully. Lin Bujing lowered his head slightly and smiled without saying a word. The Men in Black was the special warfare center of Star State, and its status was similar to Kunlun City in Zhongzhou State. Of course, it was not the current Kunlun City, but the former Kunlun City. But the specific structure was more complicated than Kunlun City because of the participation of many wealthy families and consortiums. But no matter how complicated it was, one thing was undeniable. They had always been the official organization of the special warfare system of Star State. In the chaos of Snow Country, Cass Rotter, the god of war of Star State, who was close to the peak of the invincible realm, died, and the murderous weapon fell into Li Tianlan's hands. Not only Cass Rotter, but also Chaos, the leader of the fantasy world, Charlemagne, the president of the Heroes Club, and Jiang Qiansong, the patriarch of the Jiang family of South America, all died in the chaos of Snow Country. Chaos of the fantasy world, Cass Rotter of the Men in Black, Charlemagne of the Heroes Club, and Jiang Qiansong of the Jiang family of South America. In the whole of America, these 4 people were the peak of America's combat power. With their deaths, the dark forces in America were a little leaderless. After the chaos in Snow Country, Jiang Guochu broke through to the invincible realm as quickly as possible, and then began to attack the other 3 forces. Under pressure, the forces of the Men in Black in the fantasy world began to integrate, and the Heroes Club and some other forces gradually united to fight against the annexation of the Jiang family of South America. In the current situation in America, except for the Jiang family, the Men in Black and the Heroes Club could be said to be the 2 strongest dark forces. The gap between them and the Jiang family was that they temporarily lacked the combat power of the Invincible Realm. Now Jiang Guochu, an Invincible Realm expert, was not in the headquarters. But the leaders of the Men in Black and the Heroes Club came to the door. What were they going to do? Lin Fengting silently picked up the teacup, lowered his head, and took a sip of tea. It's good to meet them, he said slowly in a light voice. Without asking for Lin Bujing's opinion, the butler turned around and walked out quickly. It was quiet in the pavilion. The 2 brothers drank tea in silence, and for a while, no one spoke. In less than 5 minutes, footsteps were heard again. The butler led the way in front and led the guests into the pavilion. There was no need for an introduction at all. At the front, a relatively short and effeminate young man, who looked about 30 years old, had already bowed slightly to Lin Fengting and said softly, "Hello, Your Highness, I'm Frettle." His voice was a little shrill, and when he was serious, it sounded very neutral. Next to Frettle was a tall, middle-aged man. He also bowed respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, I'm Sekiro. Sit down, please." Lin Fengting smiled softly, pushed the cigar box in front of the two, and even poured a cup of tea for them himself. He was so easygoing that he didn't put on any airs at all. The two took the teacups with both hands, sat upright, and looked a little reserved. Sekiro was a famous expert for a long time. In Charlemagne's time, he was already one of the core higher-ups of the Heroes Club. After Charlemagne died more than 2 years ago, Sekiro almost used all his means to make further progress on the basis of the half-step Invincible Realm. Although he didn't break through to the Invincible Realm, he barely had the combat capability of the Invincible Realm. This was also the reason why he could reunite the Heroes Club, which was in a state of disunity and internal strife. Frettle, on the other hand, was a new expert in America. He was 35 years old, and 2 years ago in Star State, he was only at the peak of the Thundershocking realm. In the past 2 years, he had advanced by leaps and bounds, and now he was a top half-step Invincible Realm expert. His age was enough to make people look forward to him. If he didn't take a detour, according to his progress in the past 2 years, he could basically enter the Invincible Realm before he was 40 years old. He had the support of Star State, and his position among the men in black was much more stable than Sekiro's in the Heroes Club. He was also more aggressive in doing things. However, in front of Lin Fengting, a super expert who had surpassed the peak of the Invincible Realm, no matter what their personalities were, they had completely restrained themselves. They actually looked a little obedient. Lin Fengting looked at them quietly, then suddenly smiled and said, "You two must be busy people. If you have something to say, just say it. To be honest, I don't think there's anything I can help you with." His tone was calm, but his attitude was obvious. Frettle and Sekiro looked at each other. Frettle coughed and said softly, "In fact, we're not here to ask for Mr. Lin's help. We've always admired the Lin clan. The men in black, the fantasy world, the Heroes Club, and even Star State were very willing to be friends with the Lin clan. We heard that Mr. Lin is here, so after discussion, we decided to visit. This is out of respect for the Lin clan, and also for Mr. Lin and martial arts. It's our luck to meet a strong expert like you." The corner of Lin Fengting's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Frettle's feminine face. He was a bootlicker, and he was an inexperienced bootlicker. He didn't follow the procedure, but just bootlicker? Lin Fengting didn't know how to answer him. To show our sincerity, we're willing to seek justice for the Lin clan's branch in America, Sekiro said in a deep voice. Lin Fengting wasn't surprised at all. He said with a chuckle, "How? Jiang Guochu hasn't been in America during this time. After he entered the Invincible Realm, he's been very overbearing, which has caused a lot of dissatisfaction. In fact, the fantasy world, the men in black, the Heroes Club, and some other forces in America have joined forces with us. The Jiang family has hurt the interests of the Lin clan and ours. So tonight, all the forces that we've united will launch a surprise attack on the headquarters of the Jiang family of South America. We have absolute confidence that we can turn the headquarters of the Jiang family of South America into ruins." That's great courage. Lin Fengting couldn't hear any emotion in his voice as he praised. Frettle was a little nervous. "Mr. Lin, if you allow us to do it, we'll start now." "I'm not a policeman." Lin Fengting couldn't help laughing. "All I want to protect is the Lin clan. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't target the Lin clan. I can't see anything, and it has nothing to do with me. If we can get some support from the Lin clan, even a little," Sekiro, who was a little irritable, said subconsciously. "Ahem." Frettle coughed and interrupted him. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Bujing, who had been silent all this while. "Stop acting. I'm tired of watching." Lin Fengting waved his hand helplessly. Lin Bujing smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, I invited them here. Lin Fengting said, it's hard to say who joined forces with whom. We all have the same predicament and face the same difficulties. Fengting, you can't always be in South America. But my Lin family can't run away. This time, we've withstood the Jiang family of South America, and the Jiang family of South America will still be a threat to us. There's also a super expert beyond the peak of the invincible realm behind the enemy. If he stands up for the Jiang family and fights with you, there will be too many variables. So you want to completely destroy the Jiang family of South America while Jiang Guochu is away? Lin Fengting asked. Yes. In fact, we're not only preparing to attack the headquarters of the Jiang family of South America. The men in black, the Heroes Club, and other forces have exchanged information. We have the addresses of more than 30 secret bases of the Jiang family of South America all over America. And we've been preparing for a long time. With a simple order, all the bases we control, including the headquarters of the Jiang family of South America, will be attacked by us. I'm sure that after tonight, even if the Jiang family of South America doesn't completely perish, their strength will be severely weakened. At least for a few decades, the Jiang family of South America will no longer be a threat. Lin Bujing glanced at Fredel and Sekiro. In fact, they don't want you to participate. This is my request. There's a super expert beyond the peak of the invincible realm behind the Jiang family of South America, but the current men in black and the Heroes Club don't. I don't need you to participate in the battle against the Jiang family of South America tonight, but I need you to be a witness for me as the patriarch of the Lin clan. After the raid on the Jiang family of South America tonight, the men in black and the Heroes Club must not infringe on the interests of the Lin clan, and the Lin clan will not infringe on the interests of the men in black and the Heroes Club. Lin Bujing's expression was serious and serious. The headquarters of the Lin clan stood aloof from worldly affairs. If it was just a branch of the Lin clan in America, Lin Bujing's comprehensive strength was worse than that of the men in black and the Heroes Club. After the Jiang family was destroyed, it was impossible for Lin Bujing to swallow a large number of interests. Suddenly, he had to spit out a large part, which belonged to the men in black and the Heroes Club. They could swallow the interests that Lin Bujing couldn't swallow, and they could even swallow Lin Bujing's share. So for the sake of his own situation, Lin Bujing needed Lin Fengting to be the notary. He wasn't scheming against him. This was the duty of the patriarch of the Lin clan. The headquarters of the Lin clan didn't enter the secular world. But under the witness of the patriarch of the Lin clan, all the contents of tonight's cooperation must be carried out according to the agreement. The men in black and the Heroes Club could attack each other afterward. But once they wanted to encroach on more interests to target the Lin clan, it was tantamount to destroying Lin Fengting's authority. Lin Fengting could naturally attack the men in black or the Heroes Club. This was the biggest deterrent. And because the Lin clan didn't enter the secular world, this was the safest guarantee. The Lin clan had always had a good reputation in this regard, and Lin Fengting had been the notary many times. It had been proven that as long as they didn't target the Lin clan afterward and weren't too greedy, the Lin clan was indeed a group of people who weren't aggressive. Lin Fengting tapped the table lightly. After a while, he suddenly laughed. I don't think I'm the best person to be the notary. Lin Bujing was stunned. He looked at Lin Fengting and couldn't come back to his senses for a while. Lin Fengting didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Fredel and Psycholo. If you two don't mind, I can recommend a new notary for you. He's not here, but I can replace him as the notary. If you have any disputes in the future, then it won't be me who will take action, but him. The two leaders of the Heroes Club and the men in black looked at each other. After a while, Fredel asked carefully, Your Highness, who are you talking about? Li Tianlan from Emperor Dong's palace. Lin Fengting smiled meaningfully. As soon as he finished speaking, Fredel and Psycholo's faces suddenly turned extremely ugly. Let Dong Wang be the notary? The same word popped up in Fredel's and Psycholo's minds at the same time. Inviting a wolf into the house. This was no different from inviting a wolf into the house. Lin Bujing's eyes lit up slightly. Then he fell silent. For Lin Bujing, he could trust both Lin Fengting and Li Tianlan as the notary. But for the men in black and the Heroes Club, replacing Lin Fengting with Li Tianlan was completely different. Emperor Dong's palace didn't have the rule of staying out of the secular world. They were at the stage of development. If the notary was changed, Emperor Dong's palace would directly extend its reach to America. At that time, it wouldn't be Lin Bujing who would worry about their interests being damaged, but the men in black in the Heroes Club. Fredel opened his mouth, feeling a little awkward. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Lin Fengting's gaze was still profound, with an indescribable meaning. He lowered his head to look at the time on his watch and said slowly, "There's still time. The two of you can think about it carefully. Tell me if you want Dong Wang to be the notary or not. I don't mean to threaten you. I just think that for your current situation, Dong Huang is more suitable than me. The dark world is very lively tonight." Lin Fengting said softly, "From now, no, from a few hours ago, the dark world has begun to reshuffle. You too. Don't you really want to think about it?" Fredel and Sekiro's bodies shook at the same time. The Holy Land was under attack. They were planning to attack the Jiang family. Several Invincible Realm experts were involved in the final battle of Beihai. This incomparably bloody reshuffle was destined to not have an outcome that everyone could accept. In the fierce game, some people were destined to leave the field in disgrace, and some people were destined to reach the real peak. What about the men in black? Then, what about the Heroes Club? Fredel was silent for a long time. He picked up the cigar, took a deep puff, and puffed out a thick cloud of smoke. "I agree to change the notary." His voice was very low, but it's not His Majesty Dong Wang. Lin Fengting raised his eyebrows slightly. "Then who?" "Qin Wei Bai," Fredel said softly. "I want her to be the notary this time." Qin Wei Bai, the new patriarch of the Lin clan, and also Li Tianlan's favorite woman. Lin Fengting glanced at Lin Bujing. "I have no objection," Lin Bujing said with a smile. Lin Fengting also smiled. His smile was a little complicated, with a touch of faint mockery. He looked at Fredel and said softly, "You're really a smart man." Chapter 991. As the pilot of Li Tianlan's journey from Ningzhou to Qingdao, and from Qingdao to Qiushui city of Beihai, Lu Junchang never expected to receive such a grand welcome ceremony as soon as he landed. To be exact, the welcome ceremony had begun before he and Li Tianlan landed. Fireworks filled the sky. Intense fire kept blooming in the air, almost occupying all his vision. All kinds of weapons with great destructive power flew and exploded in the air, and all the weapons landed on the plane he and Li Tianlan were on. The cannonballs tore the clouds and kept blooming with a huge impact in the sky. The violent vibration made the plane tremble constantly. Li Tianlan remained calm. A large amount of sword intent kept surging in him and enveloped the whole plane in the sky. The constantly converging sword intent spread rapidly and formed a sword energy halo with a range of hundreds of meters in an instant. A large number of artillery fire kept exploding within the halo. The plane began to dive. Lu Junchang, who was completely focused, controlled the plane and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, someone leaked the information. It's not a secret." Li Tianlan maintained the sword energy halo, and his body shook slightly in his seat. At his level of martial arts, he was not afraid of most conventional thermal weapons. But the cannonballs that kept exploding in the air were too dense. Endless artillery fire bombarded the sword energy halo, and Li Tianlan could clearly feel the pain in his body gradually deepening. His combat capability could surpass the peak of the Invincible Realm, but his physical strength was only at the peak of the half-step Invincible Realm. Dongshan is the territory of the Prince Group after all. Lu Junchang thought of the big shot who stood at the peak of Zhongzhou State, but was now destined to have a life-and-death relationship with Li Tianlan. His face was gloomy. What he did was tantamount to betrayal. It doesn't matter. Li Tianlan interrupted him. He doesn't have much time to waste. Lu Junchang was shocked and stopped thinking about it. He controlled the balance of the plane and dived toward the ground. The overwhelming artillery fire smashed over crazily. Lu Junchang used to be a veteran of the Border Control Corps and the Thunderbolt Battalion. He had seen many big scenes, but he had never seen such an exaggerated battle as the one in front of him. The plane appeared in Qiushui City. No matter how delicate the relationship between Beihai and Zhongzhou State was now, no matter how crazy Qin Fangqing was now, with Li watching there, he dared not and could not fire on Li Tianlan's car. Such intense firepower could not have come from Zhongzhou State. Where else could it have come from? East Island. It could only be East Island. How ridiculous and ironic was the reality. Everyone knew that with Li Tianlan's current realm, no matter how dense the gunfire was, it was impossible to shoot down his plane. It was impossible to hurt Li Tianlan at all. At most, it would consume his physical strength to maintain the sword chi halo. To put it bluntly, at the beginning of the final battle in Beihai, in order to consume Li Tianlan's physical strength and weaken his state, Qin Fangqing actually reached some kind of tacit understanding with East Island? What was this? What was this? Commander Lu gritted his teeth. The plane spun in the air and suddenly accelerated, diving towards the ground. The signal transmitted from the control tower was as clear as ever. With a dull sound, the plane abruptly landed on the runway of Qiushui Airport following the signal and began to taxi forward. No need to land, Li Tianlan suddenly said. His fingers casually tapped the interior of the plane twice. The majestic sword energy quickly surged out with the tapping of his fingers. The sword energy halo around the plane began to shrink, but it was countless times more condensed. In half an hour, you're safe. Go back, Li Tianlan said calmly. The sword energy halo that was condensed to the extreme had shrunk to a range of 200 meters, but it was countless times stronger than before. In half an hour, the plane was enough to leave the airspace of Beihai and even enter the inland of Zhongzhou State. Nothing could threaten this plane. Your Majesty. Commander Lu hesitated for a moment. It's okay. Li Tianlan smiled. After dawn, the plane for Beihai will send me back. It's too dangerous for you to stay here, and it's meaningless. Commander Lu was silent. His strength was actually not weak in the dark world, but he, who had just entered the thunder-shocking realm, was really nothing in the final battle in Beihai. Moreover, before Li Tianlan came to Beihai, he had already withdrawn the force department of Emperor Dong's palace in Beihai. He came alone with a sword. Naturally, he wouldn't let Commander Lu of the giant group stay and fight with him. The gunfire became fiercer as the plane descended, and it was almost crazy. Li Tianlan knew very well that the road ahead of him was not easy to walk. Below them was the small military airport of Qiushui City. This place was too special, or in other words, too remote. The airport was built on the outskirts of Qiushui City. Within 50 kilometers, there were no buildings or residents. It was already the middle of the night, and no one would come to the wilderness where there was only a military base. From the perspective of East Island, the elites of Beihai and the base were all enemies, not innocent civilians. Li Tianlan was the key to the final battle in Beihai. If he landed here, East Island, which had a tacit understanding with Qin Fangqing, couldn't be indifferent. After all, Qiushui City was only dozens of kilometers away from East Island in the strait, and they had too many weapons to target Li Tianlan. 5 minutes ago, when the plane flew over the sea, Li Tianlan saw countless warships flying the flags of Jifeng Sword Raining School and Wuji Palace. Yes, they were the warships of Jifeng Sword Raining School and Wuji Palace. At least on the surface, those warships, fighters, and submarines were all weapons of Jifeng Sword Raining School and Wuji Palace. This was a conflict in the Dark World, and strictly speaking, it had nothing to do with East Island. This might be very bullshit, but it was a necessary thing to do. From the military airport to the downtown of Qiushui City, it was dozens of kilometers away. Under the situation where countless weapons were covetously watching him, one could imagine what he was going to face. Even for Li Tianlan, it was not easy for him to walk over unscathed. Let's go, Li Tianlan said softly. You can only go back for the rest of the way. I don't have much energy to take care of you. Lu Junchong smiled bitterly. He knew that he couldn't play a role in this final battle. He turned his head slightly and was about to say something, but he suddenly froze. A ray of sword energy visible to the naked eye hovered slightly where Li Tianlan had been, and Li Tianlan's figure had disappeared without a trace. Lu Junchong gritted his teeth. The fighter plane that was diving to the ground suddenly drew an arc in the air, quickly rose into the air, and turned around. The sword energy halo around the fighter plane shone brightly in the night sky. The gunfire all over the sky suddenly paused for a moment. The next second, countless weapons in the distance seemed to have noticed something at the same time and changed the target at once. Boom! The deafening roar came from afar in an instant. Light, endless light burned the night sky, as if the stars were falling all over the sky. The light fell on the ground in pieces. The automatic weapon terminals of the base in Xiushui City started to fight back at the same time, but the firepower of their base was so small compared with the gunfire all over the sky. The overwhelming light was almost half of the firepower of the whole East Island. Crazy, determined at all costs. The defense system of the base was completely destroyed in the first place. The huge base was almost completely destroyed in a few seconds. The explosion ignited the gunpowder warehouse of the base, and the ground kept cracking in a violent shaking. Thick smoke and fire rose into the sky, and the base that existed a moment ago became a ruin in an instant. Li Tianlan's figure flashed out of the ruins, and he looked at the direction of East Island with cold eyes. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He quickly reached out his hand to wipe the blood and gritted his teeth. After tonight, he would go to East Island and ask for an explanation for what happened tonight in person. His figure gradually became illusory in the roar of the gunfire all over the sky, more and more illusory, and finally seemed to become a shadow. The crazy artillery fire, regardless of the cost, locked on Li Tianlan relentlessly. In the dark night, he seemed to be the only light. No matter where he was, the sky would be illuminated by endless gunfire. Anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes? The scene in front of him was that countless anti-aircraft guns were madly firing at a mosquito. Mountains, woods, farms, wherever Li Tianlan went, everything in his way was destroyed by the artillery fire in a few seconds. The violent shock wave continued to spread behind him, tearing everything on the road to pieces. At the same time, Li Tianlan bled from head to toe. The second strike is ready. In a battle hall full of sci-fi feeling, the huge screen was divided into countless small screens, and the most important screen was the picture of Li Tianlan being bombarded by countless gunfire. A female high-level official of Wuji Palace looked at the screen and then lowered her head to glance at the screen of the electronic instrument in her hand. She said calmly, "According to the strict analysis of the AI, before Li Tianlan arrives in Xiushui City, we can carry out 4 rounds of gunfire coverage. The probability of killing Li Tianlan is 0. 7%. Seriously injuring Li Tianlan is 12%. And there is a 70% probability of causing moderate injury to Li Tianlan, which will greatly weaken his physical strength. This action is effective, and it perfectly meets the expectation." Opposite the female high-level official, a middle-aged man who had just joined Wuji Palace for less than 3 days squinted at the screen. After a while, he sneered, "Invincible? Ha!" The female high-level official didn't say anything. Although the man joined Wuji Palace for a very short time, his position was completely above her. His martial strength wasn't outstanding, and he was only in the fire-flaming realm. But he was the supreme commander of the aircraft carrier under his feet. This was the only aircraft carrier in East Island. Nearby, the 2 fleets, the aircraft carrier itself, and the fleet waiting on the deck of the aircraft carrier were all the subordinates of the middle-aged man. Since he joined Wuji Palace, it was self-evident what East Island wanted to do. At all costs, increase the firepower output and try to seriously injure Li Tianlan. The middle-aged man sneered and said, "I'd like to see what a seriously injured heavenly son can do." In addition, Send the fleet into Beihai to hunt down Li Tianlan. Got it. The petite female high-level official nodded and looked at the small instrument in her hand. The first air formation has set off and is expected to enter in 2 minutes. Huh. When she exclaimed, Li Tianlan was still dodging in panic in the gunfire all over the sky. The middle-aged man had taken a step forward and pressed the button to launch the weapon in his hand. The button was pressed. His body suddenly stiffened on the spot. It seemed that he couldn't believe it and couldn't react for a while. After about 10 seconds, when the first wave of firepower was about to end, he finally roared, "What's going on? Report." The female high-level official's face was a little pale. Our air formation didn't enter Qiushui City. They turned around, and in that direction. Are they going to Zhongzhou State? Report. The weapon system of the giant whale is malfunctioning. The power system of the giant whale is malfunctioning. The navigation system is malfunctioning. Report. Report. The air formation has taken off. We have lost the authority of the fleet. The pilot of the fleet is asking for support. The Black Dragon fleet has lost control. My God, what are they doing? The Black Dragon fleet has opened fire. They have opened fire on the ferocious bird fleet. The ferocious bird fleet is rushing to the giant whale. Why is this happening? Without any warning, countless nightmarish pieces of bad news broke out in a few seconds at a speed that caught everyone off guard. The middle-aged man listened to the bad news dumbfoundedly and didn't even have time to roar in anger. He only felt very cold. From head to toe, he felt cold. This situation could only mean one thing. The most advanced hackers use the most advanced means to completely invade the systems of the giant whale and the other two fleets in the shortest time, and seize control of them with great force. How short was this time? Probably only 3 to 5 seconds. It sounded like it was acceptable, but in fact, it was extremely strange and could even be called a supernatural event. But as the only aircraft carrier of East Island, the intelligent brain system of the giant whale was protected by the core database of East Island. If they wanted to take control of the giant whale, it meant that they had to break into the core database that East Island checked and maintained almost all the time. What was in the core database? Not only the control authority of the giant whale, but also countless top secrets of East Island. No, not countless. All of them. All of the confidential technology, intelligence, information, plans, and core database could be found. This was the core database that East Island spent years and countless resources to build. Theoretically, no one could break into it. The intelligence of the database was antivirus all the time. Even if it encountered an irresistible intrusion, the database could disconnect from the network within 5 seconds. But now, all the facts prove that the core database of East Island was useless in front of the intruder. It was directly invaded within 5 seconds, and it couldn't even disconnect from the network. This not only meant that the control of the giant whale had become a toy in the hands of the intruder. It also meant that the entire network of East Island had become a toy in the hands of the intruder. How the hell was this possible? What kind of hacker team was this? Did Emperor Dong's palace gather all the top hackers in the world to invade together? But even if they could do it, they shouldn't have the ability to do it. The middle-aged man's body suddenly trembled violently. Anger and fear rose in his heart at the same time. He roared desperately. Who? Who is it? The screen made a buzzing sound. Li Tianlan and all the small screens on the screen disappeared. Snowflakes flashed on the screen. A chubby, harmless-looking face appeared on the screen. The fat man was holding a big bottle of water and gulping it down, as if he was relieving his seasickness. It's me. Hello, everyone. With a smile, the fat man held the water bottle in one hand and waved the other in front of the screen. Who are you? The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, and there was fear in his eyes. I'm your ancestor. Fatty smiled and said, You guys dare to attack my big brother? After a pause, he thought of the vocabulary that he had just learned and thought was very fashionable. Are you kidding me? Chapter 992. The gunfire all over the sky stopped without any sign. Li Tianlan, whose body seemed to be completely transparent, passed through a jungle. The sound of the violent explosion and the heat wave were still spreading behind him. But the sky in front of him suddenly lost all the fire and became a deep and quiet night again. It suddenly turned from extremely lively to absolutely quiet. His ears were buzzing. Li Tianlan frowned tightly and suppressed his inner discomfort. He squinted and looked around vigilantly. The night sky seemed to be completely quiet. There was no sound of cannonballs piercing through the air in the distance. All the attacks seemed to stop within a second. What was going on? Did East Island give up? Or was the firepower not enough? All kinds of funny guesses flashed through his mind. Li Tianlan stood where he was for a while cautiously. The expected attack still didn't come. Li Tianlan's mouth twitched. In that short period of time, the sky was really covered with overwhelming gunfire. The continuous explosions broke out around him without a pause. That level of firepower had completely surpassed a fully organized heavy armor corps of Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan didn't know how big the enemy's fleet was. But under the cover of that level of firepower, no matter how high his combat capability was, with his current physical strength, he was at risk of being seriously injured at any time. Li Tianlan had made up his mind to pay some price to increase his speed. As long as he was close to Qiushui City, he would fight on the sea from Qiushui City first. He would first dismantle the so-called fleet of East Island and then talk about other things. But now, the endless attacks had suddenly disappeared. Loud thunder but little action? Strong start but weak finish? Li Tianlan stood where he was for about a cigarette's time, but the attack still didn't come. He was a little shocked, but he didn't hesitate anymore. In the quiet night, his figure moved forward quickly, rushing in the direction of Qiushui City. The phone suddenly rang. Li Tianlan, who was like an illusory shadow in the night, stopped for a while. He took out his phone and looked at it. It turned out to be Qin Weibai's number. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Weibai knew what he was doing and how critical the situation tonight would be. If there was nothing serious, he wouldn't call. But what could happen in the current Emperor Dong's palace? He pressed the answer button and said, Tianlan, are you okay? Qin Weibai's voice sounded a little hurried. Everyone had a clear answer in their hearts as to which one was stronger, the ultimate modern firepower or the ultimate individual force. Even if Li Tianlan really became the heavenly sun, it was impossible for him to withstand the endless bombardment of artillery fire. If Li Tianlan was seriously injured by the firepower as soon as he got off the plane, the whole situation would undoubtedly become more variable. I'm fine, Li Tianlan smiled and said. Just now, the fleet of Wuji Palace on the sea attacked me. The power was terrible, but the duration was short. I don't know what happened inside. Anyway, I haven't been attacked, and I'm on my way to Qiushui City. This is good news, Qin Weibai said in a strange tone, and then she said quickly, I need to communicate with President Li Huacheng and Speaker Bai. Now 4 air formations of East Island are approaching Liaodong Province, but it's not a war. We control the fleet and air fleet of East Island. At present, everything is under our control. I need Speaker Bai to vacate a military base and a deep-sea dock. The giant whale of East Island is approaching Liaodong, and there are also 2 fleets and 40 carrier-based fighter jets. These are all our trophies. Li Tianlan's brain buzzed, and his whole body froze in place for a moment. Trophies? Trophies of Emperor Dong's palace? There is so much information in this sentence that Li Tianlan couldn't react for a moment. No matter how rich Li Tianlan was now, he couldn't stay calm in the face of these so-called trophies. How terrifying was the cost of an aircraft carrier? East Island's aircraft carrier came from Star State. After more than 3 years of long negotiations, they finally ordered such a big treasure from Star State, and the cost was as high as 12 billion star dollars. And aircraft carriers never existed alone. The places where aircraft carriers appeared were equipped with the most elite fleets of East Island, including cruisers, destroyers, submarines, frigates, and everything else. Every warship was East Island's painstaking efforts, plus the aircraft carrier fleet. From another perspective, Qin Weibai's words meant that 2 fleets and an aircraft carrier fleet became the trophies of Emperor Dong's palace. The money and meaning behind it made even Li Tianlan feel a little dizzy. "What's going on?" Li Tianlan held the phone, and his voice suddenly became a little dry. This power was almost equal to the sea power of the Wang family of Beihai. They might not be comparable in terms of the total size of the fleet, but Emperor Dong's palace now had the most important core force of the navy, the aircraft carrier. After hundreds of years of development, Beihai only had 1 aircraft carrier now. This big gift made Li Tianlan dizzy, and he even thought he was dreaming. "To be honest, I don't know." Qin Weibai's voice was also a little confused. At night, as soon as I left, 2 people came in. They looked like a pair of master and servant. The master called himself Xianyuan Wushang, and the servant was Xing Tian. They wanted to join Emperor Dong's palace. Xianyuan Wushang claimed to be an excellent doctor and hacker, but he refused to join the lab of Emperor Dong's palace, so I sent him to East Island as a battlefield doctor. They should be arriving soon. So far, I'm not sure if his medical skills are excellent, but his hacking skills are top-notch. "You mean?" Li Tianlan subconsciously rubbed his forehead. This new doctor hacked into the database of East Island and got the control rights of the giant whale and the other 2 fleets? Qin Weibai was silent for a while. She understood the confusion in Li Tianlan's tone. The giant whale was the core of the sea power of East Island, and it was very troublesome to change the control rights, even for the internal operation of East Island. Its importance was self-evident. If the so-called hacker could hack into and get the control rights of the weapon system of East Island at will, the world would have been ruled by hackers. Hackers could do a lot of things, but there were even more things they couldn't do. If he could hack into the core area of a country at will, did it mean that he could make East Island explode on the spot? If he could hack into East Island, could he hack into Zhongzhou State and Star State? Could he hack into Zhongzhou State and Star State at the same time? If he could do it, did it mean that he could directly start the Third World War at any time, or even cause the real end of the world? The whole world was under his control, and everyone's life and death were in his hands. He could do whatever he wanted. It was totally impossible. In fact, even if there was a situation of hacking in the battle, it was mostly a tug of war. Hackers could play a role, but they couldn't decide the overall situation. Even if their own network was completely taken over by hackers, they could still disconnect the network and use the local network to command or even manually deliver orders. Playing a country in the palm of one's hand with the so-called advanced technology? Not to mention those soldiers. If there was such a person, how about Li Tianlan? What was the point of Tianlan's so-called martial arts? If that so-called doctor could really be so powerful, when he fought with Li Tianlan couldn't even find where the doctor was before he was directly beaten by the weapon controlled by the doctor. "It's really incredible," Qin Weibai said softly, "but it's the truth. The current situation is a bit chaotic. Tianlan, this Xianyuan Wushang, is not simple. He once unintentionally called his mother Queen Mother. If there is no special reason, there will naturally be a father if there is a Queen Mother. It's still hard to tell where he came from, but there must be a superior behind him. Who could be so superior? If such a person really exists, why did he join Emperor Dong's palace? He took everything we have now, just like that." Qin Weibai's tone was a bit strange. On the contrary, he should have a favor to ask. He said that his father asked him to get along with me. So he called me sister-in-law and said that I was his big brother. Anyway, I didn't see any malice from him. Li Tianlan didn't speak for a long time. Malice? This was the first time they met. No, they hadn't King met yet, but 3 fleets, including the aircraft carrier, were sent over. If this was the malice of the other party, Li Tianlan really hoped that there would be more malice like this. This was his first meeting gift? So big? Wasn't it a bit exaggerated? Li Tianlan was silent for a while and asked, "Is he in East Island?" "Not yet, but it should be soon." Li Tianlan thought about it and nodded. "I see. The thing in Beihai will end tonight, and I will go to East Island to find him." Qin Weibai said yes. "These fleets. I will contact the president and the minister. There is no sea area near Tiannan, so we can't use these fleets for the time being. But if East Island really can't take away their command, then we won't give them up. These fleets can temporarily hang the flag of the Border Control Corps as the sea power of the Border Control Corps. To say the least, we can hang the flag of the Arctic Ocean Corps or the Snowdance Corps. Li Tianlan said slowly. Then East Island. Qin Weibai's tone was a bit strange. East Island. Li Tianlan sneered. What does this have to do with East Island? When I flew over the sea just now, I saw these fleets hang the flag of Wuji Palace. Now, this is a small conflict between Wuji Palace and the Dark World. If we take away some small weapons of Wuji Palace, will East Island have the nerve to come here and ask for them? Qin Weibai smiled and didn't say anything. Li Tianlan held his phone. In the quiet environment where there was no more attack, his figure flashed again in the night. What else did Xinyuan Wushang say? When I arranged for him to take the plane, he said that his seasickness hadn't been relieved yet, so he didn't want to get on the plane. I think he just didn't want to go to East Island. And there is no sea area near Tiannan, so where can he get a ship to get seasick? Besides, he said that his ancestry is from the Central Plains. I have sent someone to check it out, but there is no news yet. Oh, by the way, he seems to be very persistent about a word. Huh? Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows. What word? Order. Qin Weibai said softly. He said I have the shadow of order. Order? Li Tianlan said softly. What does that mean? I don't know. Qin Weibai's voice was soft. He said order is omnipotent, omniscient, and everywhere. Chapter 993. As the commander-in-chief of the giant whale fleet, Kudo Jun had spent most of his life on the sea. He was good at wisdom, especially at sea battles. In the changeable and complex ocean environment, he could quickly find and create opportunities. Once, in the internal sea maneuver of East Island, he had created a classic record of severely damaging 3 enemy fleets with the power of 1 fleet. That record had been nearly 10 years ago, and it was still being analyzed and simulated as a teaching material in the military academies of East Island. Kudo Jun was a real expert in sea battles and the top commander. That was why he could become the commander of the giant whale and the giant whale fleet. He had encountered all kinds of situations on the sea, and for today's decisive battle in Beihai, he had made a lot of preparations in advance. In the half a year before the fleet was activated, he had imagined all kinds of scenarios and discussed the solutions in detail with his subordinates. One after another, the so-called hopeless situations that his subordinates thought were impossible were brought up by him, and then slowly found a solution. It was no exaggeration to say that all of Kudo Jun's work in the past 6 months was for today. The senior officials of the giant whale fleet had analyzed how to enter Beihai with irresistible force under the huge advantage, take over half of Beihai, and achieve the expected combat goal. They had different solutions under different advantageous situations. Similarly, the senior officials of the giant whale fleet had also analyzed countless situations that were not in their favor. For example, the Wang family of Beihai had a sea power that had not been exposed yet, or the sea power of Zhongzhou State suddenly intervened in the battle, or something else. There was no such thing as a conventional situation in a battle. Anything that happened could be considered a special situation. And Miyamoto Jun had a way to deal with every special situation. But he had never thought that the current situation would be so special. It was so special that as the commander-in-chief of the giant whale fleet, he had directly and completely lost his command. His giant whale used to be his weapon in the sea, but now it had become his prison. When analyzing countless possible situations, in the most extreme case, Miyamoto Jun had imagined that the loyal soldiers and even the senior officials of the giant whale would betray him. Even so, he could still take back the command. But now, it didn't betray him. What if the ship betrayed him? This was completely impossible, but it happened right now. Miyamoto Jun didn't know what was going on. He didn't know who was in control of the fleet, and he didn't even know where he was. The 3 fleets shifted their direction on the surface of the sea, retracted their weapons, and quickly left the designated battlefield. Miyamoto Jun's face turned red from extreme anger as he roared. Fix the communications system immediately. I want to talk to the Senate. Yes, we're doing our best, but it will take some time. A large number of technicians were scattered throughout the giant whale, trying to regain control of the ship. The technical supervisor was typing furiously on the computer in the main control room, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Miyamoto Jun's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and rushed out of the main control room with his phone. The entire North Sea had become a huge battlefield. Intense battles erupted in every city other than the Shenzhou region. The attack that the Allied forces had been preparing for a long time now carried with it an explosive power. For a short period of time, they were completely unstoppable. The North Sea Legion's encampment, the 7 major sword-bearing families, the city hall, all the important places were attacked at almost the same time. Close combat, entanglement, resistance, counterattack. The elites of the North Sea and the Allied forces were engaged in a frenzied battle. It seemed that no one would be able to win this battle in a short time. No wonder it's North Sea. Jiang Shangyu, who had arrived in Kanglan City 10 minutes ago, sat quietly on the sofa and looked at the screen in front of him. He praised with a gentle smile. In this situation, they still have this level of combat capability. It's not hard to imagine what will happen to us after we push the front line to the Shenzhou region. The images on the huge screen kept changing. The specific images of various cities and local battlefields kept flashing on the huge screen. So far, the Wang family of Beihai has dispatched 10 experts above the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, but they haven't encountered the Devil Troop yet. Half an hour ago, a 50-man all-heavens troop appeared in Queen City. Moraid reported calmly, summarizing the news that was constantly coming from all directions. As experts of the invincible realm, as the high-end combat capability of the Allied forces, they couldn't waste their energy to fight with the conventional forces of North Sea. Countless forces gathered in North Sea. Now, they could mobilize more than 30,000 people. 30,000 elites. This number might not be comparable to the North Sea Corps, but the main force of the North Sea Corps was also restrained by East Island. The only thing the 30,000 people scattered around North Sea needed to do at this time was to try their best to kill the conventional forces of North Sea and force Mount Dibbing to keep using its trump card. The Internal Security Force, All Heavens Troop, the Devil Troop, and so on. When the Wang family of Beihai's trump card was almost exhausted, it would be the time for several invincible realm experts to climb Mount Dibbing to fight it out. Not enough, Jiang Shangyu said calmly. Wait a little longer. He took the remote control and controlled the switching frequency of the screen. The huge screen was instantly completely occupied by the fire and explosions all over the sky. In the earth-shattering firepower, an almost completely illusory figure struggled to walk through the gunfire all over the sky, looking extremely embarrassed. Everyone was staring at this scene. Li Tianlan, Jiang Shangyu could be said to be the strongest combat capability on their side. Li Tianlan, who had defeated Jiang Shangyu not long ago, had undoubtedly become a key figure who could affect the balance and even the outcome in their eyes. Can you contact the giant whale fleet? Jiang Shangyu suddenly said. Yes. Tianhai Wuji, the Grand Master of East Island who had been silent most of the time, nodded. He looked at Jiang Shangyu and asked, What's your request? Giant whale, black dragon, savage bird. The firepower of these 3 fleets on other areas can be reduced a little. Jiang Shangyu pointed at the figure on the screen who was embarrassed but not dangerous in the gunfire. At all costs, it's best to seriously injure him. All the firepower of the 3 fleets can be concentrated on him. Tianhai Wuji was stunned for a moment. He took a deep look at Jiang Shangyu, nodded, and dialed the number. The phone was quickly connected. A small screen appeared on the huge screen. The figure of Miyamoto Jun, the commander-in-chief of the giant whale, appeared in front of everyone. This middle-aged man from East Island, with a serious expression, didn't look at the other invincible realm experts at all. He just saluted Tianhai Wuji and said, Your Highness, how far is Li Tianlan from Chioshui City? About 20 kilometers. Miyamoto Jun replied, We can still carry out 2 rounds of firepower coverage in this time. Adjust the plan, Tianhai Wuji said in a deep voice. Your 3 fleets don't have to care about other battlefields. All the firepower is concentrated on Li Tianlan. You must make his injury worse. Okay. Miyamoto Jun nodded and hung up the communication. Okay, Tianhai Wuji said. Jiang Shangyu nodded. He looked at Xiushui City on the screen, watched Li Tianlan walk through the gunfire, and couldn't help laughing. On the screen, Xiushui City was full of gunfire. But in reality, Xiushui City was quiet. Sporadic battles broke out in all directions of the city. When the battlefield in Xiushui City was about to end, Li Tianlan finally came to Lingtai Mountain. Chapter 994. I hope you understand, and keep in mind that Beihai belongs to the sea area of Zhongzhou State. Your warship entered the sea area of Zhongzhou State rashly and even used weapons. Zhongzhou State needs a clear explanation. Do you want a war? On the screen, the dignified and solemn middle-aged man's somewhat intense voice rang out clearly in the conference room. Everyone felt a heavy pressure. Matsumoto Ichiro looked at the face on the screen quietly and kept silent for a long time. He was the military spokesman of East Island. They were now in the highest-level war conference room of East Island. In the spacious conference room, the 4 walls were completely covered with screens, and all kinds of scanning, detection, communication, and control systems were there. At this moment, in the sight of the people in the war room, East Island's satellite status was normal. On the screen, in the ongoing final battle in Beihai, all the forces of East Island were moving toward the predetermined location in an orderly manner. The 3 fleets of Giant Whale, Black Dragon, and Vicious Bird were bombarding Li Tianlan on the surface of Beihai. The other 2 fleets, codenamed Sailor and White Shark, joined Jifeng Sword Raining School and were trying to approach Kanglan City from another direction. Everything was under East Island's control. All the large transport planes of East Island had gathered in different places. When the Giant Whale killed Li Tianlan or forced him to retreat, Li Tianlan would not be able to escape. When the 2 fleets of Sailor and White Shark landed in Kanglan City, when the battle in Xiushui, Tongtian, and Kanglan City was over, countless transport planes in East Island would take off as soon as possible. An army of nearly 100,000 people would land in Beihai within 2 hours and firmly occupy Xiushui, Tongtian, and Kanglan City. The joint force would cross the Kanglan River to Shenzhou, and East Island would firmly control half of Beihai. The land that belonged to East Island hundreds of years ago was about to return. Everyone in the war room was very excited. They had long been prepared to face the pressure from Zhongzhou State, but Chen Fanqing had reached a certain degree of tacit understanding with them. When the final battle in Beihai was over, as long as they could win, Chen Fanqing could go further. At that time, Li Huaqing would step down, and Chen Fanqing would acquiesce in the northern part of Beihai province occupied by East Island and completely control the southern part of Beihai at the cost of it. So at this time, facing the questioning from the other side of the screen, Matsumoto Ichiro didn't panic. But when he saw the face of the middle-aged man, his heart sank subconsciously. The East Island fleet entered the sea area of Zhongzhou State and opened fire. Zhongzhou State would definitely hold them accountable. It would be abnormal if they turn a blind eye to everything. Matsumoto Ichiro had originally thought that it would be some high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Chen Fanqing had strong control in this aspect. Both parties would deal with each other and wrangle, and the matter would pass for the time being. But on the other side of the screen, the diplomatic spokesman of Zhongzhou State whom Matsumoto Ichiro wanted to see did appear, but he appeared behind the middle-aged man on the screen. Matsumoto Ichiro was also very familiar with the middle-aged man facing the camera. Ma Chao, the spokesman of Zhongzhou State's military. He was Dongxing Wudi's confidant. Internationally, especially in the subcontinent, many countries had a characteristic. They used to not be afraid of dealing with the government of Zhongzhou State, but they were especially afraid of Dongxing Wudi. This was especially evident in some countries bordering Zhongzhou State, such as Hung State and Annan State. And when Dongqing Wudi went further from the Border Control Corps and became the leader of Zhengzhou State, this performance was even more obvious, because it meant that Dongqing Wudi could order not only the Border Control Corps, but also countless armies and all kinds of military services in the entire Zhengzhou State. Dongqing Wudi was known as the god of massacre of Zhengzhou State. In the face of enemies, he could never have a good temper. If you dare to mess with me, I'll F***ck you, whoever I want. And the appearance of Ma Chao at this time undoubtedly represented the will of Dongqing Wudi. Dongqing Wudi might even be off the screen at this time. I don't quite understand what you mean. Matsumoto Ichiro took a deep breath and said cautiously, but I'll start an investigation right away. Investigation? Ma Chao's eyes were sharp, and he asked him politely, what are you investigating? Don't you know where your warships are now? Here's the thing. Matsumoto Ichiro smiled. About 10 days ago, we eliminated some older warships and sold them to Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School at a low price. I think I know what's going on. General, the warships you mentioned should belong to Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School. They have nothing to do with the East Island officials. I heard that Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School don't get along well with the Wang family of Beihai. It seems to be a conflict in the dark world. We could intervene, but it won't make much difference. It's not appropriate for us to intervene in such a thing. The muscle on the corner of Ma Chao's mouth twitched obviously. You said that you sold all those warships to Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School, including the giant whale. They have nothing to do with the East Island officials? He asked in a hoarse voice. Yes. Matsumoto Ichiro nodded. All this is the personal behavior of Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School. It has nothing to do with East Island. 3 hours. Ma Chao took a deep look at Matsumoto Ichiro. I want to see your attitude in 3 hours. He said no more and hung up the phone directly. Matsumoto Ichiro looked at the dark screen and sneered. 3 hours? 3 hours was enough for their transport troops to parachute into the northern part of Beihai. Attitude? So what if I show you my attitude then? Matsumoto Ichiro turned around slowly and said calmly, how are the fleets doing? Everything is normal. The answer came quickly. Matsumoto Ichiro touched the broken beard on the corner of his mouth and nodded with satisfaction. On the other side of the screen, after hanging up the phone, Ma Chao also smiled with satisfaction. Behind him, where the camera couldn't reach, Dongqing Wudi and Li Huaqing sat face to face, looking at each other. These silly birds. Ma Chao laughed. They're so silly that they're kind of cute. That is to say, Dongqing Wudi shook his head in disbelief. Until now, no one in East Island has found out that the giant whale and the other 2 fleets have actually left the battlefield and started to approach Zhengzhou State. Obviously, they don't know anything. Ma Chao nodded with a smile. In the picture they're seeing now, the giant whale should still be attacking His Majesty. Emperor Dong's palace has edited the video of the giant whale suppressing His Majesty countless times and played it to them in different speeds. Even the communication between the 2 sides is completely simulated by Emperor Dong's palace. In this case, East Island, the giant whale, and the Allied forces are completely out of touch. They're like blind people. They'll receive whatever message we want to send them. As for whether it's true or not, they won't doubt it at all. East Island has just made it clear that giant whale, black dragon, and fierce bird have nothing to do with them. They said they sold these eliminated things to Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School at a low price. In this case, we don't need to be polite. 3 hours is enough for us to take over this batch of trophies. Even if East Island finds something by then, it'll be meaningless. I just caught a cold, and then I caught a cold again. I feel terrible. I'll write less these days and more in a few days. Chapter 995. La 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 la. The helicopter flew past in the night, and the intermittent humming echoed in the cabin. Xinyuan Wushang was studying the pieces of data that only he could see on the lenses of his glasses, and his other hand was still holding his big bottle of purified water. He looked so bored that he was like a salted fish that had lost all his dreams. La 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 la, gulp. The moment he stopped humming, he picked up the big bottle of purified water in his hand, raised his head, and gulped it down. The bottle of purified water, which he had drunk from Tianan to East Island, gradually bottomed out with a gulp. Xianyuan Wushang sighed, shook the empty bottle, and said gloomily, "Water is the source of life. How can we do without water?" Xing Tian's huge body sat in another corner of the cabin, listening to his young master's sigh. He rummaged in his backpack, found another bottle of water, and handed it to Xianyuan Wushang with both hands. "Oh, another bottle?" Xianyuan Wushang's eyes lit up. He took the water bottle, unscrewed it, and tapped his glasses with the other hand. A lot of data on the lenses combined and became a new virtual intelligence. The intelligence connected the communication in East Island. Xianyuan Wushang listened to the communication, shook his head, and drank some water. La 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 la, young master. Xing Tian's thunderous voice suddenly rang out. "Ah!" Xianyuan Wushang looked at him blankly. "Are we going to participate in the final battle in Beihai?" Xing Tian asked in a low voice. "I'm a doctor, and you're a big fool. How can we participate in this kind of thing?" Xianyuan Wushang looked at him strangely. No, I just want to give my big brother a gift. It just so happens that the gift that my second sister gave me can come in handy. I'll do it. As for the other things, what else do you want to do?" There was no pause in the flow of data on the lens. All kinds of data combined with each other and turned into virtual intelligences, which were placed on the network nodes in East Island, which looked calm but was actually riddled with holes. Xianyuan Wushang hummed a song and watched all this with relish. The intensity of the battlefield seemed to be escalating as time went by. The internal communication frequency of East Island was getting higher and higher, and the number of virtual intelligences made up of a large amount of data was also increasing, occupying every communication signal. During the quietest time in the entire East Island, the most horrible and weird things happened. East Island, Fleet, Beihai. 3 directions, countless small battlefields, countless command rooms, countless commanders, and frontline combatants. At this moment, no one noticed anything amiss. They all thought that their communications were unimpeded and that they could communicate with anyone. But from the beginning to the end, they did not communicate with anyone. Everyone was facing different artificial intelligences. Using the simplest distance as the unit of measurement, the virtual intelligences completely isolated East Island. 10 kilometers away, no one knew what their so-called own people were doing. La 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 Lu. The fat man watched all this silently. His eyes changed from relish to boredom, and then to numbness and dullness. The song he hummed was also intermittent. "Young master." Xing Tian couldn't stand it anymore and called him again. "Ah." The fat man answered blankly. Xing Tian hesitated again and again. He just reminded him not to participate in the final battle of Beihai was not what he wanted to do. He just wanted to find a topic to interrupt his young master's humming. This voice was really, it sounds awful. Xing Tian finally said it, and he suddenly felt refreshed. The fat man's humming suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head and looked at Xing Tian seriously. "You said my singing is awful? Do you know?" "Yes, I know." Xing Tian nodded quickly. "You're a very famous prince of music, but in fact, those people are just flattering you. Those women just want to please you. As for those of the same sex, they also want to get close to you, so that it's convenient for them to pursue your sisters. I never lie. It sounds awful. This is my truest comment." Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a while. He lowered his head and started to search his body, murmuring, "Where's the saber? Where's my saber?" Xing Tian took a step back in silence. Before Xianyuan Wushang really found the saber, he quietly shrank in the corner. "I'm telling you, it's me." Xianyuan Wushang was rambling. In the middle of his words, the communication screen in the cabin suddenly lit up. Qin Weibai's figure appeared on the screen. She looked at Xianyuan Wushang and slightly raised her eyebrows. "What are you doing?" Nothing. We're about to arrive, at our destination. I'm a little nervous. Xianyuan Wushang scratched his head, looking completely harmless on his chubby face. Qin Weibai didn't care and said calmly, "Now tell me what's going on. How did you get into the core database of East Island in a short time?" Xianyuan Wushang subconsciously narrowed his eyes. "I've informed Tianlan about this, and he's also very interested in it. To be honest, we welcome you to join Emperor Dong's palace. But there are some things that we have to understand. You should know that what you did today is beyond the scope of a hacker. You can easily hack into a country's core database. This kind of ability, no hacker in the dark world can do it." Qin Weibai said calmly, "Sister-in-law, you're worried that I'll get into the core database of Emperor Dong's palace at any time, right?" Xianyuan Wushang suddenly asked. Compared with Emperor Dong's palace, Zhongzhou State has more reasons to worry. Qin Weibai took a deep look at Xianyuan Wushang. "What you did has a great impact. Zhongzhou State is now also waiting for Emperor Dong's palace to give them an explanation." After a pause, Qin Weibai continued, "No matter what explanation." Xianyuan Wushang was silent for a while and laughed. "I see. So," Qin Weibai looked at him, "how on earth did you hack into the core database of East Island?" "It's not an invasion." Xianyuan Wushang shook his head. "I just upgraded the core database of East Island. In a short period of time, when the system is upgraded, the calculation logic of the database system will have some errors. I also took this opportunity to get the control authority of the 3 fleets. In a way, I didn't hack into the secret database of East Island, but in a way similar to deception. During the time when the database system was upgraded, I got the control authority and fused the fake data with the secret database. In this case, in a short period of time, I mean before the database system of East Island is completely upgraded, the data I control means that I have the highest authority in East Island." Qin Weibai was speechless. She didn't understand what Xianyuan Wushang was talking about. Yeah, but she understood the last sentence. Before the system of East Island was upgraded, Xianyuan Wushang had the highest authority in East Island. Not only the 3 fleets, not only the communication network, but all the authority. Qin Weibai took a deep breath and said softly, "The operation of Nightmare Core in East Island. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll cooperate." Xianyuan Wushang nodded honestly, his smile extremely simple and honest. "Emperor Dong's palace will explain this to Zhongzhou State, but the intrusion technology, it's not my technology." Xianyuan Wushang shook his head. "I'm a doctor. As for the virtual intrusion, it's this thing." He reached out his hand and pointed at the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "This is a gift from my second sister. Although it looks like a pair of glasses, there's a microchip inside, and there's a small program written by her. I don't understand it very well, but if I understand it, I can regard it as a one-time consumable. This time, it's almost used up, and I won't be able to use it in the future. So I'll completely become a mediocre hacker and the top doctor." He sighed softly, and his chubby face looked a little helpless. "You mean the glasses are equivalent to a computer? Even a mainframe computer?" Qin Weibai was a little curious. "That's right, but only I can start it, and it needs authority." After a pause, he smiled. It was a very complicated smile, with self-mockery, yearning, and something else. "In this world, what doesn't need authority?" Qin Weibai glanced at him thoughtfully. "Is it a doctor, and your second sister is a hacker?" "Yes, a hacker." Xianyuan Wushang's tone was a little awkward. "How many siblings do you have?" At this moment, Qin Weibai felt like she was a household checker. But the fat man in front of her was obviously not simple, and he seemed unwilling to say anything, so she could only dig bit by bit. "A lot." Xianyuan Wushang was a little helpless. "My father is Anyway, I have a lot of siblings. Are they all like you?" Qin Weibai's eyes were a little strange. "Not the same." Xianyuan Wushang shook his head. "I should be regarded as an anomaly. Most of my family are relatively serious. I mean, in terms of character, well, they're very serious, very serious. Are they all doctors or hackers? Their families are very interesting." Qin Weibai smiled. "I'm a doctor, and my second sister is a hacker. I have a few brothers. They're all martial artists, very powerful ones. How powerful? Qin Weibai narrowed her eyes slightly. No one noticed that her eyes were getting deeper and deeper. Xin Yuan Wushang hesitated. How does the most powerful brother compare with Tianlan? Qin Weibai suddenly asked. Xin Yuan Wushang was stunned. Xing Tianxiao raised his head subconsciously and looked at Qin Weibai. The look in his eyes was a little strange. Compared with brother Tianlan, Xin Yuan Wushang murmured to himself. He suddenly covered his face and closed his eyes. My brothers, he covered his face and said vaguely. They can't compare with brother Tianlan. No, they're far behind, far behind. Chapter 996. As the headquarters of the Huangfu family, one of the 7 major sword-holding families, at the beginning of the final battle, Lingtai Mountain could be said to be the most intense place in Xiushui City. As early as half a year ago, or even earlier, the important figures of the major sword-holding families had left Beihai under Wang Shengxiao's tough order. The so-called important figures referred to the young people who could maintain business, connections, intelligence, and control the family order, as well as the promising young people who hadn't realized their potential yet. Most of the important combat forces of the sword-holding family stayed. This couldn't be considered a rule, but it could be considered a tradition. In hundreds of years of history, the Wang family of Beihai had never preserved its strength and force. It was the case in Mount Dibing and the sword-holding families. The core combat forces they cultivated were used for fighting. It was a worthy death, an honor, and also their own responsibility and belief. So when nearly 1,000 elites from Jifeng Sword Raining School and Wuji Palace went directly to Lingtai Mountain, they encountered the fiercest and most resolute counterattack of the Huangfu family. The battle spread from the top of the mountain to the foot. Blood flowed like a river. When the distant sky was covered by endless artillery fire, the sky above Lingtai Mountain was completely covered by countless flickering blue electric arcs. The fierce battle that lasted for several hours had come to an end. There were still sounds of fighting in some corners of Lingtai Mountain. Li Tianlan stood at the foot of the burning Lingtai Mountain, looking at the mountain in front of him that used to be known as the mountain with the most spiritual qi in southern Beihai, and remained silent. In just a few hours, Lingtai Mountain had become a ruined scene. The fire that had been burning until now had burned the once lush forest into ashes. Corpses were scattered on the mountain, including those of Jifeng Sword Raining School and Wuji Palace, as well as those of the Huangfu clan. In the fierce battle, electric arcs and thunderbolts erupted from the power of the thunder-shocking realm crisscrossed on the mountain. The extremely smooth road was twisted and broken, full of potholes. The exquisitely shaped stone forest was in ruins. Flowers, dead leaves, and blood were stuck together and everywhere. Li Tianlan came here 2 years ago. In his memory, the scenery of Lingtai Mountain was beautiful. But at this time, Lingtai Mountain was completely destroyed in just a few hours of fighting. It was a mess and looked extremely ugly. Li Tianlan breathed softly. His figure kept flashing at the foot of the mountain, all the way forward. There were obviously more elites of East Island on the mountainside. The battle up and down the mountain was almost over. The elites of the Huangfu family began to break out of the encirclement. East Island sent some people to hunt them down from the foot of the mountain all the way to the downtown. Most of the elites occupied the peak of the Lingtai Mountain and began to dig and search in teams, trying to find some hidden spots of the Huangfu clan. Although the important figures of the Huangfu family weren't here, and most of the important things had been moved, there were still some things that couldn't be taken away by a family that had existed for hundreds of years. When Li Tianlan crossed the mountainside and came to the top of the mountain, the elites of East Island had just blown up a secret laboratory belonging to the Huangfu family on Lingtai Mountain. A large number of elites rushed in at the same time. One piece of equipment after another was moved out and gathered together. The carpet-style search continued. Everything that could be taken away was arranged in a large open space. As for the things that couldn't be taken away or that were of little value, such as houses, they were all blown up and furniture was all burned. Occasionally, there were seriously wounded people of the Huangfu family who were dying on the battlefield. Without any hesitation, the elites of East Island went up and killed them all. Li Tianlan's eyes grew colder and colder. He really didn't like Beihai, but the scene in front of him reminded him all the time that this was the territory of Zhongzhou State, and these people in front of him all belonged to East Island. The anger and coldness in the bottom of his heart stirred his emotions little by little, just because this was the territory of Zhongzhou State. And Li Tianlan had always regarded Zhongzhou State as his own Zhongzhou State. It could be called patriotism or pure possessiveness. No matter what the reason was, when Li Tianlan saw this scene, he would always recall a history that he didn't experience but was firmly recorded in the books. Burn, kill, and rob. Zhongzhou State was the most powerful country in the world today. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, who could believe that someone could do such a thing in the territory of Zhongzhou State? Li Tianlan walked slowly with no expression on his face. The fire was still burning all over the mountains and plains. The fire distorted the light. His figure was illusory like a shadow that didn't exist, so he didn't attract anyone's attention. The elites of East Island were still busy. Li Tianlan said nothing and went straight to the direction of the Huangfu family's ancestral hall. All the spirit tablets in the ancestral hall had been moved in advance. A middle-aged man with a mustache squinted his eyes and stood in the center of the ancestral hall, quietly looking at the long sword inserted in the ancestral hall. This is the biggest gain of our trip. Muttering to himself, he looked at the long sword in front of him with some fanaticism in his eyes, and suddenly said, "When can our equipment be sent here?" "Soon, young master. I've talked to Kojima on the phone a few minutes ago. They will arrive at Lingtai Mountain in about 20 minutes. A skinny middle-aged woman took a step forward and said respectfully, 20 minutes? The middle-aged man hesitated and nodded. Confirm Li Tianlan's current situation. I just talked to the ferocious bird fleet on the phone a minute ago. They're trying their best to suppress Li Tianlan. He is likely to be seriously injured. He can't be here within an hour. The woman's voice was flat. Very good. The middle-aged man laughed. He touched the mustache around his lips and said softly, "If Uncle can get Tianguang's sword, he can definitely enter the peak of the invincible realm faster. In today's dark world, there is no one at the peak of the invincible realm. If Uncle can go further, our Jifeng sword training school can definitely become one of the strongest superpowers in the whole dark world." He stared at the sword in front of him. "I will definitely bring it back to East Island. This is an important opportunity for us to rise." Yagyu Wuji. He was Yagyu Kurumi's nephew and the future heir of Jifeng sword training school. His martial arts level was average, but he was one of the most famous researchers in the whole East Island. This time, he personally led the team to Qiushui City, and he was determined to get the Tianguang sword that Li Tianlan inserted here 2 years ago. "So, you not only want to rob the resources of Beihai, but also my weapon?" A faintly discernible voice suddenly rang out. It was incomparably illusory, yet incomparably cold. "Who gave you the guts?" Chapter 997. The illusory voice kept echoing in the ancestral hall, and the whole hall was filled with killing intent the moment the voice sounded. Lusheng Wuji suddenly turned around, and his face changed dramatically. There was more than one emperor in the Dark World today. Jiang Shanyu called himself His Majesty. The old man in the Holy Land whose mental strength had reached the transcendent realm was also His Majesty. But there was only one person in the whole Dark World who called himself His Majesty after Wang Tianzong. Dong Wang Li Tianlan. But how was it possible? The air in his sight shook and twisted slightly, and a vague, almost invisible shadow was outlined in front of the ancestral hall. When he became real from the illusory, the Tianguang sword in the ground began to tremble violently. The sharp and clear sound of the sword rushed out of the ancestral hall, and almost resounded throughout the top of Lingtai Mountain. Lu Xingwuji's face was pale, and his eyes were full of horror and disbelief. He subconsciously reached out his finger to point at Li Tianlan, and then put his hand down instinctively. "How are you going to take away my weapon?" Li Tianlan looked at him and asked. Lu Xingwuji shook his head in confusion. 2 minutes ago, he had just observed the situation in the suburban base of Qiushui City through his mobile phone. Li Tianlan was struggling in the endless artillery fire, and he seemed to have been seriously injured. No one would doubt that. Li Tianlan was not the chosen one yet. Even if he really stepped into that supreme realm, what could he do? 3 large fleets, countless heavy artillery, and a dense group of aircrafts. Even if Li Tianlan was a heavenly son, he had to run away when this kind of artillery fire, which could easily destroy a large city, came over. It was not surprising that Li Tianlan was seriously injured under that level of firepower. But Li Tianlan, who was vomiting blood and struggling in the mobile phone video 2 minutes ago, now appeared intact on Lingtai Mountain. They were both in the suburbs of Qiushui City, but they were in 2 completely different directions. How was that possible? At this moment, he did not answer Li Tianlan's question. Instead, he subconsciously took out his mobile phone and quickly dialed. Li Tianlan watched all this silently and narrowed his eyes. The call was quickly connected. Lu Xingwuji's body trembled. When facing his own people, all the fear in his heart turned into extreme anger, which seemed to be a characteristic of this ethnic group. His eyes were red, and he roared at the top of his voice. "Report Li Tianlan's situation." Countless gunfire sounded faintly on the other end of the phone. At the same time, a calm and steady voice sounded. "Li Tianlan has been seriously injured. Everything is under control." Willow Everlasting Life's arms trembled, his face drained of all color. He was very familiar with this voice. This was the voice of Jifeng Sword Raining School's chief guest, Tianyu. He was a chief visiting professor who was extremely loyal to the Jifeng Sword Raining School, and even a little crazy. It was impossible for him to betray the Jifeng Sword Raining School. What did this mean? In the winter of Qiushui City, Yagyu Kurumi was so cold that he almost suffocated. This meant that at least in Tianyu's view, Li Tianlan was still under the attack of countless cannons. Then who was Li Tianlan in front of him? This could also mean that the person he was talking to wasn't Tianyu at all. He had long since lost contact with her. Then who was Tianyu on the other end of the phone? "You don't want to say?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and asked again, "How are you going to take this sword away?" Yagyu Wuji's body suddenly shook. He wanted to show his toughness, but the sword energy everywhere in the ancestral hall was densely surrounding him, and the sharp edge almost aimed at every pore on his body. In extreme fear and suffering, his will completely collapsed in a second. East Island, no. Jifeng Sword Raining School has always had a proven theory. This theory comes from my father, Yagyu Kurumi. The so-called sword energy and the domain, as well as the destructive power of any martial arts expert, can actually be regarded as a special magnetic field. I brought a lot of equipment this time, which can interfere with or even completely suppress the magnetic field to the greatest extent, which is equivalent to suppressing Tianguang's sword energy. This is also our chance to take it away. Your Majesty, my uncle is Yagyu Kurumi, and I'm the heir of Jifeng Sword Raining School. We don't mean to take away your weapon, but my uncle hopes to observe Tianguang's sword intent and enter the peak of the invincible realm. No matter if he succeeds or fails, we will return Tianguang to its original owner and send it to Emperor Dong's palace. So, magnetic field, Li Tianlan twitched the corner of his mouth. Yes, it's the magnetic field. I can completely give the theory we studied to Emperor Dong's palace. Right now, Yagyu Wuji said hurriedly. Li Tianlan had lost interest in listening to him. The dense sword energy slowly penetrated Yagyu Wuji's body and seeped in from every pore on his body. Blood spurted out, and the extremely twisted scream sounded crazily in the ancestral hall. The ubiquitous sword energy flowed slowly. Everyone in the ancestral hall was smashed into powder in the surging sword energy. Li Tianlan stood expressionlessly. Extremely dense sword qi gushed out of the ancestral hall and enveloped the entire peak of the Ling Time Mountain like water. Then it shone brightly, and the overwhelming sword qi flowed unscrupulously. The sword qi interweaved and formed a light screen. The huge light curtain completely covered Ling Time Mountain and then slowly disappeared. The world was quiet. The sound outside the ancestral hall disappeared. The sound on the top of the mountain disappeared. The sound on the mountainside disappeared. There were no corpses, not even blood. The sword energy flowed all the way, and all the East Island elites on Mount Dibbing completely disappeared and evaporated. Only Li Tianlan stood in the ancestral hall alone, slowly reaching out his palm to Tianguang. The body of Tianguang's sword kept shaking, vaguely conveying a very obvious emotion of joy. Li Tianlan crooked his finger. Whoosh! Tianguang's sword suddenly rushed out of the ground and rushed to Li Tianlan. The black trench coat completely opened at this moment, covering Tianguang's sword. The trench coat danced in the air with a harsh sound of metal rubbing. Li Tianlan slowly turned around and walked out of the ancestral hall. He scoffed at Yagyu Wuji's theory of magnetic field. It was not because Yagyu Wuji was wrong. It was just that this was nothing new in his eyes. In the past 2 years, the Wang family of Beihai had also used the device to suppress the magnetic field to pull out the divine weapon he left in Beihai, but had not succeeded so far. Li Tianlan had inserted the divine weapons in the 13-story tower in the 7 sword-holding families in Mount Dibbing in Beihai. Of course, it was not meaningless. The 7 sword-holding families and Mount Dibbing could be said to be the place with the richest vitality in the whole Beihai. Mysteriously, it was the place with the richest luck. The divine weapon could not absorb the vitality, but it could speed up the energy storage in this vitality. After 2 years, Li Tianlan came to Beihai again. The divine weapons were combined into one. Xianyuan Feng, who had become complete again, was destined to be more terrifying than before because of the addition of several murderous weapons. Now, if Xianyuan Feng had enough energy, Wang Tianzong had little chance to survive another eternal sword above Mormon's. The flying black trench coat slowly quieted down. Li Tianlan pinched the cuff, felt the remaining energy of Xianyuan Feng, and narrowed his eyes. On the quiet Ling Time Mountain, his figure slowly rose into the air. The black trench coat danced in the cold wind. Li Tianlan's figure rushed directly to the north, driven by ruthlessness. The Ling Time Mountain was the starting point. A rainbow-colored sword light streaked across the sky in an instant, shooting toward the north at an incredible speed. The night was either quiet or gorgeous. The rainbow crossed the sky unscrupulously and was extremely dazzling in the night. From Qiushui to Tongtian, it passed by Kanglin, Queen City, Floating Island City, Liuli City, Shengzhou City. Under the night sky, the rainbow across the whole Beihai flew farther and farther, getting brighter and brighter. A rainbow across the whole province. It was like the most shining miracle of this era. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.